Hello and welcome to the Thunderpick World Championship, where we are jumping back over to North America for Series 2 of this qualifier. My name is Vincent, joined by JRT. And JRT, listen, North America might not be thriving right now in Europe, but I tell you what, we're having a great time here at home, and we're about to have an even better time as we jump into these things here at Thunderpick, my friend.
Yeah, we got a lot of tournaments going on here. Philadelphia just wrapped up. We got this one starting here. Thunderpick, we got some CCT coming up as well. There's a lot of North American Counter-Strike to celebrate, but yeah, unfortunately things aren't going necessarily that great across the pond in Europe, but they'll get better. I have faith, Vincent. I always have faith.
You got to. Otherwise, what would we have? Probably almost nothing, unfortunately. That's the sad part. The good news is that we got some bangers coming up here today. A good schedule of games. We're starting off with Marsborne and Might, and then we're going to jump into Party Astronauts and Lag. And listen, man, I actually was over at Philadelphia. I got to watch the majority of these teams. I guess half, actually. I don't think Mike was there, but point being, got to see some good looks at what these teams have to offer, so I'm excited to talk about them. Any team in particular that you're excited to watch tonight?
I would say maybe the Party Astronauts to see where they're at right now, because they made a couple of roster changes, but I'd say also Marsborne. I think Marsborne is a team that's kind of in middle of the pack for me for quite some time. I felt like they were maybe punching through to the ECL level of competition, but overall they're still middling. Like when they go up against teams of the Might levels or Lag or things like that, then they perform really well. But it's when they face off against the Fluxos, M80s, those types of teams where they start to struggle.
Yeah, I mean, might as well jump into some details with regard to this first matchup, Marsborne and Might. Marsborne, you see on your screen right now. And listen, I think my takeaways from their performance at Frag was that, Grizz, who we've been talking about for quite a while, is kind of like one of the next young guys up in North America. Man, he really showed up in a big way for this Marsborne team on LAN. Unfortunately, Modem was a little bit of a disappointment, and that can't happen. I think that he's a really integral part of the firepower on this team, particularly as the change that they make in the offseason is, not particularly one that they wanted to, with Minus leaving to, focus on other things. He's kind of moving away from Counter-Strike, but man, he was a big part of the firepower. And I think that in general, I don't know that Viz is the guy that's going to replenish that firepower, certainly not one-to-one. And so I think that that's where they're going to have to do some adjusting, and maybe unfortunately have to lean a little bit harder onto Grizz, and going to have to see the quality that we know Modem has to offer a lot more regularly.
Yeah, no, I honestly feel like Grizz has always been a player that's impressed me since his time trialing with Wildcard. I thought Wildcard were going to keep him at the time because of how well he played for them, but they ended up not doing so he continued his journey. He's landed here in Marsborne. He's definitely the player I've got my eye on. Over the last month, he has been the one to kind of step into the shoes of Minus, in my opinion, at least one of the players to kind of step up to the plate. Rating of 1.15 over 22 maps. Then you have Chop behind him. Chop's a player who's very quiet. You don't often hear a lot from him, but he speaks through his actions on the server, and he can be very, very effective, especially in those clutch situations. You can rely on him for some pretty big plays at times. Outside of that, I do agree with you, though. I think they need that second step. They need something else to come in to replace what Minus brought to the table. It's difficult. It's difficult to say. I think MOTM is a player we expect to see a lot more out of, given his history, given how much he's played, at high levels of Counter-Strike. But right now, he's not necessarily delivering those numbers. You saw it in Philadelphia. You already talked about it. And I mean, it's been tough. So we'll see if he can come through here. I think, though, maybe we can switch gears now and talk about Might, because I feel like a team like Might that's more going up against that advanced level competition, right? They've got some names. They've got DJ, and they have Snakes as well. Snakes having jumped to different games. We won't name that game because who cares? And then he came back to Counter-Strike, though, and he's ready to play once more. And honestly, those two guys, I expect to see them playing at the ECL level, but the rest of the squad is advanced players that have come through and are trying to prove themselves, right?
Yeah, I mean, to a certain degree, I think you're right. I think there's a big question mark for no one. Someone told me how to say this guy's name, and I've fully forgotten, and I apologize.
I just say Noinks. I think it sounds fun.
That does sound fun. And that might be right. I genuinely don't remember. That's a bad caster moment, to be honest with you. I think the biggest surprise, and it's not a surprise anymore because it's been the case for like months and months now. We might be coming up on a year actually for this Might squad. That Jared has actually looked really good. It was kind of the weirdest move in like Counter-Strike history, to be honest with you, where like Jared was like the manager of this team, and I didn't even know that he was like a player. He played under the tag Outback previously, and he was like pretty decent, like towards the top of North America, definitely like main advanced caliber. And I don't know like what the full story was. I haven't gotten it, but he came into this roster and actually has looked like an incredible rifler, and he's continued to look very good, continued to play very well. Yeah, I do think there's question marks certainly, though unfortunately about no one in particular. I think Beanox is very much passable. I don't think there's any like huge moments that point out to me like that I think he's like the next greatest opera or whatever, but he's definitely solid against that level of competition that you were talking about. But I think it's a step up against Marsborne, and they've seen that previously. I also just want to shout out the coaching staff here. Becker is their coach, and bro, that guy has been around for a long time. He has a lot of experience too, so I think that this is a Might team that's moving in the right direction. They've had some results that are pretty decent, but still they're knocking on the door to beating some of those more standardized ECL teams, but they aren't necessarily taking it over the line at any point. And I think that that's where they're at still.
They absolutely are. Yeah, and even up against Golden Horde, who are more of an advanced level team, they lost, and that was in the EPL qualifiers. They didn't even make it past that point. It was the one match they played, and it was in stage 1, so that was all they had in terms of chances. And then you look previous to that, in the D2 Eagle Masters series, Lag a loss to them 2-1, 1-2, excuse me, and then Marca Registrata 0-2. These are all teams that I would consider to be tier 3, and they are not having success against them, which is problematic, as we just highlighted, and you did as well, against Marsborne and a lot of the teams that are going to be competing here in Thunderpick.
And I think that kind of leads us to the takeaway from Might, right? This is a team that's capable of upsets, but I wouldn't necessarily anticipate making it out of this group. That's where I'm at the very least. So and maybe I think that's maybe a good time to talk about like what is the situation here. This is Group A, our opening matchup. You got Marsborne, obviously, and then we got Lag, Party Astronauts, and Might who is included in this group. And so that third spot is going to be highly sought after. Or that second spot, excuse me, going to be highly sought after. And I think that, on paper, Might certainly the ones on the outside trying to look in to try and find that. But I see them as a team that could certainly find an upset. The big question marks, though, is kind of how to do that. And it feels like it's got to be an individual performance. I don't know that their map pool is really up to the task per se. Their map pool on HTV looks really bad. It's not nearly that bad. It's just a matter of like not as many maps played. And a lot of the times they are not seeing like best of threes. But point being, I do think this is a tall task for Might. I think Marsborne is the favorites.
Yeah, I mean, if we're looking at teams that Might may be able to beat here in Group A, I think Party Astronauts is potentially one of them, depending on how they perform here. And then Lag, that one's going to be interesting as well. But I'd still put all 3 teams above Might at this point. So they've got a lot to prove, without a doubt, here in my mind.
Yeah, let's talk about the veto. If we can pull that one up, because I do think that it is a little bit of an interesting conversation. Marsborne kind of have their pick of the litter with regard to how they want to approach this, because Overpass kind of tosses a huge wrench into the equation. I don't think I saw Marsborne play Overpass at all during Fragadelphia, so no. That's not gonna happen. It's actually interesting. I guess we probably. I was saying that I think we got a chance of potentially seeing Might try to go to that, because I think it could be a surprise, but they've actually banned it out in the second phase. Inferno Train, this is a little bit scary. I just feel like on Train, Might you have to pick into your strengths, so I respect it. But this is also where Marsborne is the most confident, is Train, and they get an Inferno too that I haven't seen Might play on.
Yeah, I wasn't. Honestly, I would have been surprised if it picked into Anubis here on the Might side. It was
it's gone.
Oh my God. That's a huge brain fart on my side. I forgot Anubis was gone. This is how sad I was. I was actually really devastated that Anubis was the map that got removed
Me
in
too.
favor of Overpass. I thought Anubis was just coming into its own. I thought it was, a mainstay in the map pool. And they're like, yeah, nah, let's take this only Mirage in, which has been there forever. Anyway, sorry. That's my end of that. Yeah, go ahead.
I think it's actually might be one of the sad like few moments where like Valve might have been slightly pushed by like bad pro opinions IMO. Like there's that contingent of pros that really don't like Anubis and like are talking about it in a really negative light. That might have happened. That's kind of what my
I don't get it.
My hot take is. But yeah, I was in the same boat.
I don't get it, but yeah, no. Then of course, given that, there's no other place to go than train. It would have been difficult to pick into Nuke because that's still been a pretty strong point here for Marsborne, even though that ends up being their ban afterwards. And maybe, just maybe, it's been picked 14% of the time here on Might. So, and they've got a win up against Golden Horde, but a loss against anything else 11-13. Again, those two teams are more at the advanced level, so I'm not sure what that's going to give us in terms of comparison points. But when you look on the other side, it's like Marsborne got 2 picks here.
It does feel that way, and with Dust 2 as our decider, it almost doesn't really stop. Now that the reality is for Might is that has been a map that they're willing to go to pretty consistently. The problem is that they lost that map to Golden Horde, and they played it a ton in the Eagle Masters, only to basically lose it permanently. And to teams that I would say that they are favored against, right? Like I'd favor them against Wanted Goons and Marca Registrata. They lost that in tight fashion. Smashed by Blue Jays, that's understandable. And they actually picked up a win against Lag, which is a pretty big win. I would consider that a decently strong lag map, but that's also at a time where I think Lag were really, really new. Like this iteration was not entirely new, but they just like Brett had just gotten bedded into to that team. So I think the takeaways from this veto, it doesn't change where we're at for the series, in that Marsborne are in a very strong position from start to finish. And that really doesn't say much about like the strength of Might. I think that this is just a quality here that Marsborne have. They have a strong pool and they are flexing it a little bit. It's made even more troublesome for Might by the fact that the overpass changes just come in.
Yeah, it really does hurt, without a doubt. I feel like it would be a bit of a shocker if we get to a third map in this instance, just because of the performances that Marsborne have been putting up. I feel like they've been a team that's on the rise, as I already described earlier, even pushing NRG to not 2 maps, but 2 almost full maps of play at 23 rounds on Inferno, and then into overtime on Dust 2, losing 12-16. I mean, NRG have always had their changes too, and I'm still a little skeptical if those are going to work out. But that being said, I think that Marsborne is going to be a very, very tough competitor here up against Might. So my prediction is 2-0 in favor of Marsborne.
Yeah, I think that's the takeaway. If we're looking at kind of the Might keys to success, maybe let me touch base on those, because there are ways that this goes correctly. Snakes has been very strong. I think he's continued to look pretty good. Like I said, I think it's clear what Jared is capable of. The question is consistency. There's times where I will watch Jared and I'll be like, this is just the best guy in the server and it's not even close. And if we see that level from Jared today, like they're capable of beating just about anyone. But on a best of 3 series, that becomes a little bit harder. And I already kind of talked about Beanox, where I feel like you get what you expect out of him, and that's a decent level, but not necessarily anything too crazy above whatever that expectation is. So for me, it's definitely on Snakes and Jared to kind of have a big day at the office for them to have any chances at this one. But I think I'm in agreement. Marsborne likely to take this one 2-0.
Yeah, and I mean, Wolfie up against Beanox, I would take Wolfie pretty much every single time, just because he's got that potential to go on those hot streaks and really dominate a map of play where the op is integral, which Train, the pick of Might that came through, is absolutely one of those maps, in Dust 2 as well. Maybe not as much Inferno. So I think what you were leaning into earlier, being that the Rifler, maybe Snake's going to have to pop off here, is absolute, or Jared as well, is absolutely key on that first map for them to find success. That said, it is Marsborne's pick, and they're going to be relying on Train. So I don't know. It'll be interesting to see how this one all plays out once we get started.
I also think that it's really interesting to talk about like the fact that from a calling perspective, I do think that Wolfie is at his most comfortable on Train. I've seen some of the best from him on that map, and Inferno is I would call it like I don't think Wolfie is like Wolfie's calling rather is like a weakness of this team. I feel like I'm maybe building that up slightly. That's not what I'm talking about, but Inferno is also like a relatively simple map to call around comparatively to others in the pool. So I feel like there's not a, when you're talking about comparisons, a weakness necessarily for Marsborne. That's the hardest part for Might. But we're gonna jump into the action. We're gonna get things moving and see what is what for this opening round of Group A here for the Thunderpick World Championship.
All right, let's jump into the pistol round. Marsborne looking to make their mark very early on here in this map. It's their pick, of course, as we just discussed. 2 players on the B site for Might, 3 over towards A, 2 already leaning into bracket, 1 into cubby. And this appears to be the direction of Marsborne as well. They do leave 1 player, that's Wolfie, towards top of banana, but the other 4 are flashing into bracket. Noinks not really going to get spotted as he gets 1 and the second. Well done from Noinks from cubby. They still can't isolate him. How is he getting 3 here, Vincent?
Seems impossible, but a crossfire where you don't even need to activate the second part of that, and he's looking for even more. Gonna play forward for that. Wolfie will grab the rotator, or rather more accurately force the issue towards B, but regardless, might have stamped their ticket for this one unless Wolfie's got a 1v5 clutch in the cards, and I just don't think that's so viable. Long time to play around with, but ridiculous work from the cubby for Noinks, and he does a fantastic job of making sure that nobody can step by him.
That's wild. Honestly, they just kept winning fight after fight. That's some razor sharp shooting that is required in order to win those, but he delivers. So good job for Might. Will likely get this opening round pistol. I thought for a moment Wolfie's going to go for the full minute save around that armor, but it appears as though he wants to take the fight. Now he has to. Doesn't want to die after time. Phoenix, gone. That's 1. 20 seconds left, so has to get the bomb, get a couple more frags probably, and that won't happen. Jared with the dualies ends the round, and Might will pick up their first.
Yeah, I think that we kind of slightly dodged with regard to talking about Noinks in the pre-show, mostly because I feel like for me he's still a little bit of an unknown quantity. I haven't had the privilege of casting too many Might games since he has been on this team, and I know it's been a little while, so that's more on me than anything. So from like the stat lines, it's been kind of hard to have too many takeaways, particularly when you're playing qualifiers like Might has been. So certainly can be an it factor for this team. There's a reason that he is on it.
I mean, I'm not sure how much it says about Noinks, but against Golden Horde, he did pretty well. I mean, 43 frags, 1.1 rating. I think he was pretty effective in terms of opening frags, which you saw right in that previous round. So, yeah, I mean, definitely a piece that's been important here for Might. But I agree.
For Marsborne, this round's all about just playing it a little slow, and to be honest, kind of hoping that Might will toss out a bunch of their utility. Don't want to rush it down into an MP9, give a ton of cash over to the CTs. How have you felt, watching the way that the economy has looked on the CT side with this change?
It still feels so early, honestly, but oh wow, okay, it's going to be a clean sweep. Anyway, whatever. It is very early, but I like it. I like the fact they've got a little more cash in their bank accounts. It creates more interesting situations. I don't know if we've seen ultimately what will materialize as time goes on, but I feel like Ts might be a little more hesitant to hunt down CTs in some situations, and that CTs will be more tempted to go for hunts later on in rounds to try and get that money because there's a bounty on their heads.
Yeah, particularly in the early game, the first 5-6 rounds of a half. I think that it's quite game changing. Like you said, early days.
I still think there's a little more that's needed for the CT side. I don't know if the kill reward is going to be enough, but it's at least a step in the right direction. That's how I feel right now.
Yeah, it's a classic Valve situation where, honestly, I think say what you will about Valve, they're very creative about doing balance. We'll get a quick duel and actually a nice setup. I like that flashbang that we saw getting tossed for that fight. Gives them early advantage, and then it's traded immediately. Marsborne do a pretty good job, but end up losing banana control in the process. Now painted into a sort of corner. They do have the retreat option available, but 4-4, big advantage when you talk about that for the T's, especially on Inferno.
Here comes Marsborne, charging in towards the A site. Nice crosshair from Noinks and Jared. Actually, Noinks is kind of isolated here. Jared does get one, still alive, finally traded out, and then Wolfie will find Noinks. That's the A site defenders gone. Still a chance for the CTs to get back in here. They got a flash and an incendiary at their disposal. But now with the bomb planted and the smoke still up, they may be tempted just to fall away.
Yeah, I think they pretty likely, unless somebody gives them an opening free, but nobody seems to be interested in that. Marsborne tucked in. They continue to press forward, though. Is that capability with those kits? Nobody home in pit, so that Molly goes to waste. Flash will move in. Great work from the MP9, but Chop works his magic. From up in Graveyard. Good work from Chop and a closer. Marsborne pick up their first round. It's perfectly fine economically, our might. They should be able to very easily continue to buy.
Yeah, should be fine. Noinks has to settle for the FAMAS, and a little light on util, but not by very much. Just Beanox mostly, who's got the AWP. And just the lone flashbang. Molotov getting it tossed immediately by Viz towards top mid. Saw what Mike can do off pistol round and anti-ecos. Let's see if they can do it in the gun rounds, which has been more of a struggle for them against these higher tier teams. MOTM staring down towards top banana. Not really fought much by Might. Yes, they did deploy a decent chunk of util, but they're playing for pretty far back, so they're allowing Marsborne to gain this space. There's the smoke thrown a little bit late, but MOTM's just going to run right past that, I would think. Oh no, he doesn't. At least not yet. Maybe he wants to wait for a flashbang to be deployed. And now Might are going to retake that space.
Yeah, they had a timing, missed it. Good news is that DJ gets a flash in. He just takes a peek. Beanox misses the shot, given a pretty easy one in that case, and Chop lucky to be living. Maintains a lot of control. That does more than likely keep the third man over here. Beanox going for another fight is really ambitious. And that might pull another rotation. You can see DJ's teasing the idea, and in fact, he's at Speedway right now. If they explode through that smoke, it could be very deadly. They'll do just that.
Snakes and MOTM trade a couple of frags into the B site. Go Marsborne. Bomb going to be planted here and might lose DJ through the smoke. Wolfie tracked the tracers and took care of business, meaning that Jared and Noinks are going to try and save. But look who is lurking in the shadows. It's Chop. Could take care of both of these. Jared's watching, but not well enough. Oh my goodness, I thought Chop had that dead to rights. But Jared wins the fight despite Chop getting visibility first, and that's an upgrade from an FAMAS to an AK. And might still have to fend off Wolfie, who's chasing. This is a really good spot for Wolfie. I don't think they'll expect it. And there we go. There's one. Noinks takes a step back and loses the fight as well. Well done from Wolfie. Grabs the op off the ground, and there you go.
I mean, the hope really was for Might to maintain that AWP. It wouldn't have been perfect, but they could have potentially invested around it. And even if they didn't, could have put, everything into setting that up. I think Beanox set up for success. He was in position, given, I'm not going to call it a free frag, but as free as things get when your op is set up, there's no flashbang, there's nothing to force you back, and it's just a dry swing. I think that's a CS2 moment to a certain degree. Just holding angles kind of sucks in this game right now, but still one that you would have probably loved to see be automatic from him, but it's not. And he goes back searching for more. Chop gets him on the second chance. Marsborne reset Might's economy. Their pistol round victories are falling flat after 2.
Indeed. Speaking of pistols, they're back to those. Gonna be a Deagle, a couple of P250s, and then 2 USPs. No armor, no utility, except for DJ's lone flashbang. Marsborne. The map is their oyster in this round. Go wherever they shall please. flashbang going to get tossed? There goes MOTM around the corner. He's already taken that space towards logs. Marsborne are waiting for the aggression to come through because they realize the economy is very weak right now on the Might side. So they're waiting for those pushes.
I also got DJ with a flash. Here that comes. Flash forward, trying to fight into that one, and Moss is going to get hits one. Missed shot from the op, and Wolfie got to be careful. Doesn't want to overstay his welcome. Jared goes searching with the deagle. Ooh, not quite. Back 10 rips through him. It'll be a easier cleanup now. Just a couple of remaining members over here at A. The same true at B. Wolfie playing a little bit scared. As he should, considering he's only got 6 health.
Yeah, I think he was trying to defend that AK, but the op's more important. And you realize that says, hey, Grizz, you go out. You go look for him. I'm going to stay back and save my op. And everyone else is on the hunt here to try and get this AK out of Snakes' hands. But again, we can't forget, every frag that Snakes gets is $50 additional in the bank accounts of his teammates. And there you go. 50 right there as they continue to chase, and they'll eventually frag him out. Grizz will get that as Marsborne take the round and the lead.
Yeah, well worth though, I think, for Marsborne to keep hunting on that one.
Yes.
Good news for Might. They can pick up a decent enough buy off their save round. Kind of highlighted before that Marsborne have been pretty much playing off of Banana initially, and then they're throwing utility to take it. 15 seconds into the round. Going to continue to do that, showing a lot of respect to what protocols may be in place for Might.
Here's that setup we saw last time. Noink's going to come from Cubby, and Beanox is the one getting all the frags, though Noink's just doing the damage, and 4 players melt away from Marsborne, and what looks very similar to the pistol round that we saw, where Mike took care of business. Wolfie, the last one standing, 1v5, feels nigh impossible. Let's see what he's got.
It's a long save, so he's really got to try and walk his way out of this. Could definitely find a couple of kills. Open a prayer that they just won't hunt him down. Seems like for now, Might are going to let him have all that space. We'll see if that continues. And I don't know where Beanox is throwing all those flashbangs. From his positioning, it looked like it was just like a straight up like self-pop flash. But everyone was blinded. Marsborne had turned for their own flashbangs to get themselves into bracket, but immediately they're blind as well. And Alex gets a couple of freebies thanks to Beanox's flashes.
Well, at least Wolfie gets to save the AWP. Won't go down every time. Snakes had the right idea with the spam he was going for, but nothing's going through that wall. Wolfie is absolutely safe. And there's that ops, and I can drop an AK for his teammates, and this buyup's going to be really good for Marsborne as a result of that saved AWP. We'll see if they can strike back immediately for a round victory. That's just one of those rounds where it went wrong at the beginning. You didn't have enough manpower to go on afterwards, so you reset and you try again in this one. I think they were just looking to accelerate the pace, but Might were ready for it. They had 2 players in the perfect spot. It's not a setup they always run either. You can see in this round they don't have Noinks and Beanox together there towards Cubby and Arch, but that round they had exactly what they could hope for to find success.
Early round for Might has been 3A off the rip. So, and that kind of off timing take towards Banana that we've been talking about for Marsborne means that they haven't necessarily gathered a ton of information to know that it's been 2 at B very regularly, particularly on gun rounds. There's been some pistols that's not been the case. Try and walk up an op kill this time. Get a chance at it, miss the shot, and smoke dropped right in their face.
They will shy away from that, but on the lurk, there's Chop finding Jared. That is space opened up towards A. Thing is, Marsborne, they don't want to go there. They want to let Chop continue dancing around the site doing damage. He does die. There's Noing's taking care of it, but it pulls a couple of players towards those apartments onto A. That being said, the B presence has not changed. Snakes, along with DJ, holding their nerve, keeping this crossfire active with 33 seconds left on the clock. And now Marsborne, they're going to activate, moving through the smoke. Here comes the nade as well. Modem can't get anything. DJ finds him. And now Beanox and the rest are trying to support here. It's looking great for Might. Wolfie jumps across, may get a plant off, but that might be it because he's got a 1v3 on his hands.
Yeah, but off in position here. Always going to have a chance as he takes positioning towards Coffin. Everybody else, CTs, they all come from one direction. They know where he can be, but he escapes, makes the move. In order to get back into the back hall, they're just going to stick onto this diffuse. Molly comes in, but it's too late. Wolfie doesn't get swung the second time, and will hang on to his op twice in a row. Marsborne. Bad spacing, I feel like, on that first attack. That attempt was really painful for them. The fact that Modem doesn't get the initial opening, that entry, if he gets it, then it's no big deal. But when he loses out, things start to fall apart fast.
Yeah, it wasn't only bad spacing. I think on the util, it might have clipped Modem as he was going in towards that B site. So, you know, you're taking damage from your teammates. You're trying to gain space. You can't do it. The health isn't there. And then might have that firepower coming through the smoke. So twice in a row now, Marsborne struggling to activate once they move in towards bomb sites. I mean, towards A, a couple of rounds ago, it was very fast. They tried to get into bracket and were melted away. And that time, later in the round, go to the B site. But I mean, credit to Might too, because they don't bite at all as Chop gets that opening frag. They don't support the BA site, which can be tempting. And then they hold their nerve, and DJ gets that one immediately, and then the spam through the smoke, the rotations were fast, the support was there, and Marsborne could never set foot on that bomb site, aside from, you know, Wolfie at the end getting a plant, but that was it.
That was a really nice HE that Modem actually just tossed out. He sees the retake utility, the half-wall smoke, and the flash that's coming out. That's a telltale sign that Might are looking to re-clear top banana, and he just drops a nade right at the corner. 75 HP left there for DJ because of it. Regroup is happening for Marsborne. They're ready to pop out the apartments, and they move. It's two in mini pit, big pit, respectively. Bonex and Jared, they both get their one. Jared has even more to provide, and from that point on, Grizz gone out and done. Utility was being tossed all the way from T-stairs, and unfortunately, nothing found, nothing seen. Jared locks it down with 4 kills.
That was very much another, hey guys, let's bunch up, go for a hit, and nothing happens for Marsborne. I appreciate the utility, it was on point. Just that the crosshairs are not where they need to be on the Marsborne side right now. Struggling on their T side. Might looking quite strong over these last 3. Just shutdowns, one after the other, and there's no real second layer to the attack of Marsborne. It's either they succeed on their first hit or they're done.
Very committed in that way right there.
Yeah.
Going for execs, they started doing that. We saw that not last round, but the previous one with that B play. You know, we talked about some of the issues with utility and spacing that we talked about as well. You know, that one didn't have those problems, but a big choke point with 3 players trying to sprint through it. There's not a lot of room for error.
And looks like it'll be potentially another round where Marsborne loses. Okay, hold on a second. Viz going to get a frag. Jared manages to trade it out, so he keeps the advantage in Might's favor, and Vinox helps out with the AWP shot. Bomb will get planted in a round where it's just an eco, so that's extra money for Marsborne. And extra money is likely all they're going. Maybe not. Chop gets 2, and then DJ ends him. So extra money is, in fact, all they're going to get as Chop tries to stand on his head in the 1v4. But 6-3 is the scoreline here as we head to round number 10.
It's a nice amount of extra cash, though. You know, it's not insignificant for them to get that bomb plant. Means that they can opt into an AWP that, you know, they've been pretty much taking whenever they can. If you're Wolf, either going to leave that out this time around, and actually Beanox gets his that was recovered, dropped back over to him. Does a good job of holding down the line over on the B bomb site. Yeah, even in that attack, it feels like Marsborne just are, you know, this is a an educated guess, but it feels like the way they're moving, it feels like there's some sort of like breakdown in communication here a little bit more regularly than I'd like to see. You know, some hesitation in the way that, in that case, it was Modem was approaching, heading through that CT molly when, you know, Viz was just sprinting in. He was committed.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree. I think that you could argue it was just the eco round coming through, but it's been happening over the last 3 rounds before that when they had guns too. So there's something going on here on this Marsborne squad. Let's see if they can sort it out. This is their map pick, and they've only looked good in, I'd say, the 3 rounds they've won. Outside of that, it's been pretty rough. Saw some hero attempts, individual efforts, I should say, that led to closer rounds, but let's see if they can get something together in terms of a team effort. Bracket space being given up to them. 47 seconds left on the clock. There's that smoke thrown towards the A site. That's going to be for Moto. DJ going to throw a flash after it. Waits here in the corner, gets his head taken clean off, and now they're actually going to pinch in towards the B site. This is a great call. Puts Phoenix on notice, has to hit a shot, and does on that first one, but he needs a follow-up and can't get it. Now it's all up to Snakes here towards B.
But might not be ideal, but Snakes actually has a good opportunity. That smoke makes it a little easier. Now he can start to isolate towards backhaul, try and
look at the
make
flank.
Sure that they can't move. Chop putting on a lot of pressure, making life difficult for Snakes, but he still fights his way through for a second. Good work. It sets Jared up. 5 seconds indeed, and they don't plant out in the open. They have this somewhat safe. Jared isolates, and now it's all up to Grizz, who does deliver. Grizz in the clutch for Marsborne to save the day.
That was so messy for Marsborne, right? You talked about it, the smoke making things a little bit difficult and allowing, you know, I think it was Jared to get that frag there to open things up. And after that, excuse me, it was Snakes. And Snakes got that one, and he continued to kind of flick around and get frag after frag. You thought from one Marsborne might not even plant the bomb, not to mention win the round. But they do manage to pull it through thanks to Grizz's efforts down towards that 1v1. But this is a very, very sloppy T side of Inferno coming through from Marsborne compared to what we're used to seeing from them here.
Yeah, I feel like the calling's been a little bit one note right now for Marsborne. That round is the exception. Actually really loved how they were looking to change things up a lot. Had the couple of players top banana, and you know, the design was for that to be a B split. It wasn't a mid round. It wasn't a question, and it works out brilliantly as DJ really commits to a fight that, you know, he really can't get away from. When he's up in the mix there on the arch side, might take attack, and we'll talk it over. They're actually uncomfortably out of money on a couple of individuals. So if they do lose another round, things could get complicated, and we would be very likely to see a 6-6 scoreline.
Modem going for the opening duel and wins it against Binox. Now, Modem continues to spam, expecting another player to try and regain this space. The nade lands right at his shoulder and takes him down to 62 HP. They return the favor towards DJ, but that being said, Marsborne have to be careful about how they deploy themselves. Now, Chop has been lurking really well. That's a highlight, but he does get traded out immediately by Jared here. That being said, the trade is beneficial to Marsborne regardless as they keep their man advantage. Look at my go. They're trying to retake the space. It's the right call. Snakes gets one, but only one. Spacing has been a lot better on this round for Marsborne. That being said, DJ does manage to bring it down to a 2v2, and there it is again. Another trade. Beautiful stuff from Marsborne, ensuring that Mike can string frags together.
Yeah, big changes in this round, but talk about it in a moment because Jared's on the flank once again. He's collected a full kit of utility. Got Beltman's belt on him right now, and the kit as well. Plenty to work with, but time is of the essence. He's got that smoke. Where does he place it? On the bomb or for a CT? Nobody's actively watching that cross at the time that he's looking to, but he's actually just going to step away. So many unknowns, so many question marks, and Jared just doesn't feel like he's got the time to find the answers. So he'll take what he's got, and he'll run AK in hand. But another confirmation for Marsborne, and, to tack on a good reasoning for this save, I talked about how, Might's money is a little bit desolate. It does certainly help that Jared can now drop over a rifle, but big changes from that round. JRT, Marsborne, and Might off the back of Might's timeout make a change on how they want to fight Banana. They both fight actively for it.
Yeah, it's a lot better spacing as well, like I was saying, for Marsborne in terms of those fights, ensuring that trades would come through almost immediately, or at least a chance at those trades would come through. And after they got that opener, they never allowed Might to really get back into that round effectively. So now, 12th round of play. Marsborne still have a decent amount of fight needed in order to get this round. But yeah, I like the aggression from Binox and Jared.
I mean, it's sort of a tragedy that it's actually looking like it's being really prepared for right now. Wolfie doesn't end up having a look at it. Modem can't arrive on the scene fast enough for a trade. Oh. Jared's got another. That is deadly.
I was going to get a second for himself. Nicely done. 2K for Jared and Binox, meaning Grizz has a 1v5 clutch required. There's a nice shot for an opener. No damage taken, but the problem is Binox on that flank. He should take care of this, and he does! Grizz gone. A 7th round for Might off of what was a saved AK for Jared, allowed the buyout to be a little more effective, a little more potent with those rifles, and the result is Might taking a lead into this second half. But a nice resurgence from Marsborne at the midway mark. But this is what just a nice push. We highlighted it. We liked what we saw as it was happening, and for good reason, because Binox pretty much ends the round off of that.
Yeah, I mean, we really only saw one instance of some of that activity in towards the apartments, and that was where Binox was actually holding with the op and missed the mark. This time, it's the rifle forward and center, and it's Jared and Binox who are actually, really defining Might's victories in this half. 13 and 14 kills respectively for those two. Marsborne, I'd say not a great half from them, particularly like the entering was like they didn't find a lot of success in that, so they had to do things the difficult and dirty way. And so at times things weren't necessarily looking pretty, and that spacing that we talked about sometimes a little bit off, certainly punishing them. They were able to find enough wins on their T side to survive it.
Yep, go over to their CT side, which they have a 54.3% round win percentage here. So a little better than their T side, usually 50-50, which is pretty much what they achieved, just short of one round. But on the side of Might, I don't think we really talked about this actually, but Might don't play Inferno. Like this is at least not on officials over the last 3 months. Certainly, I'm sure they played it in advance, but it's not a map they usually go to. And Marsborne, you'd think it would be a punish pick for them. But so far, Might haven't looked out of place at all. At least on their CT side. Let's see what the T side brings.
Yeah, and the big news right now into the second half is that Might look like they've got the better of the firepower, which should never be happening. So Marsborne going to need to wake up a little bit on some of these individuals. 3 here a day. Utility, like the double up. What an incredible shot from Biz. Not certainly a wake-up call. Are they going to continue forward? Yes, they will. Chops got the one tap. Now Grizz activates on the dualies, and Chops steals that one from Biz. But Binox is all alone. Hold on a moment. It's not quite done enough yet. The bomb dropped, and that's complicated, but the double swing too powerful. Double kill from Biz and from Chop. To set Marsborne pistol round.
Yeah, both teams winning their CT pistol rounds. Marsborne denying the bomb plant for Might, so that means that a save is imminent coming through for Might. And on the other side, Marsborne going to get those SMGs and rifles up. Some players shying away a little bit more from the MP9 since it was nerfed. It's still exceptionally effective at close range, but mid-range a little less so, which might mean that you'll get UMPs, FAMASs, and even MP7s being bought up. It'll be curious to see how that distribution works itself out as time goes on.
I'm going to say it right now, the MP7's sneaky good.
Yes, I agree.
And I think that the longer people are experimenting, the more MP7 gamers there will be. Not to say that the MP9's bad. It's still
No.
pretty decent.
It's still very strong, close range, which is the point of the weapon. It was never supposed to be super powerful at mid and sometimes even long range in some instances. And the jumping accuracy was crazy. But now I think that's been fixed. It's still very good, but there's an argument to use other weapons now.
It's the way balance happens in Counter-Strike is actually really funny. What a name.
Yeah.
Is other games, there's like patches that buff or nerf, and usually like the devs will say, yeah, we're looking to buff this weapon and we're looking to nerf this weapon. What happens in Counter-Strike is like a weapon or something gets nerfed, and then everybody starts to scatter and look for what's good.
Yep.
What have we forgot about?
That's why it's great, honestly. That's why Counter-Strike's amazing, because you get to, unlike other games where you have a class, you have a weapon that you're going to be using all the time. In Counter-Strike, you choose what class you are. You choose what gun you buy up, and that means there's a lot that you might not use because of how effective some are. And as you aptly pointed out, now players are going to explore and see, wait, did we overlook this? Is there something that's going to be really good? And I agree, the MP7 may be one we're going to see more and more.
An effective double Molotov that forces Modem out of sandbag and unfortunately into more fire. Staggered in a pretty intelligent way too. I like that. It's a take without even really putting any bodies on the line towards Banana. It's successful, but the fact is Marsborne are calling the bluff. They're 4 strong over here onto the A bomb site. Modem has arrived. Good crossfire.
Oh, Grizz going to get 2 and a 3rd. Oh my goodness, Grizz. I think he just won the round for the squad. Binox trying to get this bomb planted. They're going to allow him to? Yeah, it makes sense because they want to wait for the rotation to come through from Chop. So they'll have more presence. There's Chop attracting the attention, and there's too much for Binox to worry about. So very good idea from Marsborne. Don't press the panic button. Wait for the rotation to come through, and then ensure a round victory. They do sacrifice a little bit by allowing that bomb plat to come through. You see the money's a little healthier on the might side, but I'm not sure if it's going to tempt them into a buy. It will. Okay, it's enough to tempt them into that buy-up. They go, and it will be likely a few Galils mixed in with the MAC-10s. Or not. They change their minds.
A pretty incredible Grizz hold right there on the A-bomb site. He picks up 3 kills, and like I said, Marsborne actually make the right rotation. That was really a smart move that they made. We're going to speed things up. Jared's going to get up in front. Tag. Nothing more on that AWP, but Modem has the multi. Finally put down, and hold on a moment. The rifle is coming for support. It's gone.
Oh, no.
Oh, and Wolfie misses shots with the op. Jay's going to grab it, but he can't put the scope down range before Viz arrives on the scene. Op recovered at the last possible moment to keep the econ healthier as well.
I would almost keep the AK in that situation because they had enough money to buy up the op. I know, obviously, it's more expensive to get the op, and it's what you always want to try and save over, but those AKs can be very powerful on that CT side. That one-shot headshot potential, you cannot overlook it on the defensive end. Anyway, it's okay. They've still got tons of money in the AWP back in Wolfie's hands comfortably, as might call a timeout, their last timeout of the map.
I talked about the coach over there for Mike Becker. Long-standing. Was it Villainous that he was with most recently?
Oh my god. I remember him with Dogs of War, and we're going way back for that one. That's like 7 years ago, dude. But he was with Strife.
He was with Strife.
But it was coach. It was a coach. Like he hasn't been playing since 2019, 2020. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Oh, you're talking about coaching. Sorry.
No, I'm silly. You're right. It is Strife. Yeah. Oh, that's tough. Binox actually saw the barrel of the AWP, but Wolfie hits the shot, and Jared goes down. There's no chance for a refrag. He saw nothing but the barrel. Nothing to shoot at. Uncontested, untouched opening pick. And look at that. Quickly routing that op back over and now into the B bomb site where he can hold on to it. Lovely activity from Marsborne's CT side.
Yeah, and this is where you can start to see the weaknesses in a team that doesn't play Inferno very much. Sure, you can pull off a decent CT side because, you just post up, you keep your rotations in check, and you're fine. But T side is a much more difficult beast. Calling around this map and making sure your lurks, your rotations, everything's on point, utility as well. And they do flash in effectively here towards Bracket, but as you already highlighted, they lost that player in the opening duel. So they're already going down into this one. In a bit of a man disadvantage situation. Viz holding around the edge of the smoke. This is going to be uncomfortable for DJ and Snakes. They're not going to see Viz. They might overlook this one, and Viz could have 2-3. Oh, Viz takes the fight, though, instead. And DJ will win that 4v4. And now they're pincering towards this B site.
It is certainly uncomfortable, but now the op is in position. Wolfie in a very defendable location. Sure, his rifler, that's Chop. He's going to be in a tough spot himself, but Chop actually really good in these moments. First shot misses, though, from Wolfie, and that's not ideal. They'll come through a smoke, but with the flash, it's supported. Chop gets his, and now Wolfie steps forward. Here's them stomping in through back. Chop tries to get cleared, and not a chance. And as you said, time was of the essence to begin with. But the frags come in, and that is the final stand. Chop and Wolfie handle everything that comes at them.
Yeah, Chop's a really good anchor, honestly, and you see him there taking care of business, supporting when Wolfie was missing those shots. A couple missed from Wolfie, so Chop had to be big, and he absolutely was, taking care of the last two as well. And Marsborne are flawless so far on their CT side. Mike going to bring the rifles back in here. 3-4 Galils, only 1 AK available to them to ensure the util comes up and is effective. Viz going to get pushed back from his attempted peek towards window room because of a Molotov. Now might take that mid space. They leave one behind. That's Binox. Staring down Banana. Wolfie, off of that smoke, decides to reroute himself into Moto.
Just all together. Slot a couple of heads to Viz. He can now fall back. Next contact is Grizz. That AK you're talking about. Nate's gonna be deadly. Dunked on, in fact, his shot arrives. More to be had, but Grizz takes them all. With another multi-frag. He stepped up big time from a slow first half. Modem the same. Now everybody getting theirs.
That's a monster setup on A for Marsborne with the information they gained, because Viz around truck sees the heads. There's 3 of them. Says, okay, and he even manages to connect on one of them down to 14 HP. That was DJ. Or not DJ. Yes, it was DJ. What am I saying? God, I just got to speak. Anyway, DJ's down to 14 as he was charging through. And after that, Viz fades away, but all eyes are on him. No one's clearing in towards balcony. That's exactly where Grizz is, waiting to punish, and gets a couple of frags for himself before Mike can even set foot towards that A site. And there was even a third player there to support for Marsborne, so there was absolutely nothing Mike could do. And now they're relegated back to these pistols again. Their T side has been flat.
Very much so, mostly because of Marsborne's individuals really stepping up on the extremities on the bomb sites. They're going to try and get into Arch side, successfully do that. Shot goes down after his singular. Great second shot for Binox on the D. Modem has arrived as he tried to pressure on towards Grid as he shows them the door. He's under some more pressure, though. They've upgraded onto AKs, the both of them. DJ and Snakes in the clutch.
Modem moves in very quickly because he wants to make sure no one is comfortable here towards this A site. DJ waiting in the pit, throws that smoke. It's not great. It's not good at all. Yeah, DJ finds that out as he comes around that corner. Eats a couple of bullets to the shoulder. Wolfie putting him under pressure, forcing around the corner. Modem has to get that frag and does. It was scary for a moment. Now it's a 2v1 up against Snakes. Want to go together. Modem doesn't need anyone else though. Wins the fight through that smoke cleanly. Doesn't even need any util and plenty of time for the defusal. Marsborne, although it gets close, find the 12th and they are on map point.
Yeah, I mean, listen, on an individual level, Beanox is the only one right now who's actually getting anything done on this T side. That's lovely from him, but, you know, I'm pretty sure there's 2-3 frags on everybody else for this T side at the moment. So, yeah, on an individual fragging potential, it's been tough for Mike, and, you know, I just talked about how everybody has stepped up big time. The first half, Mike had the advantage with regard to firepower. It's changed, and it's off the charts the other direction. The CT side. Another missed shot there for Wolfie. Sticks around a little bit longer. They're going to disrespect that smoke. At least I thought they were. In fact, take a pot shot, fall away.
I mean, these rounds, aside from that one, just thanks to some nice shots from Binox, they haven't been close at all. Marsborne looking way stronger on their CT side than Might did. Noinks waits in the smoke. A boost up here on logs for Binox. They want him to activate if Marsborne pushed around this corner, but they want none of it. They're going to wait for the fight to come to them with more than a minute left on the clock here. Nate scales out. Yeah, not too bad.
Kind of fortunate that they are here. Feels like he's somewhat throwing utility into the void. There wasn't a ton of information to play off, just a footstep or two, maybe 25 seconds ago. Might going to force their way through this. They have a nade. Expose that smoke. Exactly what's going to happen. Molotov to play delay. It actually gets extinguished. That's unfortunate. Chop on the site. They swing together. Both he and Modem good for theirs and more. Chop fantastic. Modem just as good. And the spray transfer attempted. But Viz takes the final two and a big victory there. Marsborne basically undefeated in the second half. Their CT side perfect.
Yeah, that was fantastic. I think Chop is the player I want to highlight in this one. He was fantastic on the lurk on T side, opened up a lot of space and opportunities for his squad there. And then anchoring down that B side, we saw it twice. Two very notable rounds where that one in particular, and then the previous one where he had that 3K when he was trying to support Wolfie, who had the AWP and missed a couple of shots. So for me, Chop is absolutely the MVP for Marsborne in this one. They looked shaky on their T side. A little shakier than we thought, and there was that door, it was open to Might on a map they don't usually play. We're like, okay, let's see their T side, and unfortunately we didn't see much from them on their T side. Not a single round picked up.
Yeah, I think that there's a combo of factors there for Marsborne, though. Like, I think, a little bit of a flat start to the calling on the half.
Yes,
yes. A couple of mistakes. We talked about some spacing issues. And then on top of that, the issue that was biggest was that they just weren't turned on. Modem Viz, we were talking about, like, the firepower. I feel like the entry success was really low there in that first half. So, despite all those facts, they still get 5 rounds. I think that's actually, given that context, pretty decent considering. So I don't even think there's anything to worry about there. And everybody starts to turn up big time. Grizz, what a monster half he had. You talked about Chop's anchoring ability. Well, man, Grizz, he was a menace on the A side of that map as well. So felt like you were going into a very frustrating position, no matter who you were trying to test, whether that be Chop or Grizz on the A side or the B side. So some good work there for Marsborne. And the fact is that's, just map number 1, but they get to go to Train next, which is even better for them.
Yeah, Train is a scary prospect right now for this Might squad, and I don't know. It's hard to sugarcoat this one because you look at Train on the Might side. What was the last time we played? It played against Golden Horde. They did win it 13-4. They had that success there, so you see them wanting to lean into it. Anything else, it was a close loss, and we already mentioned it before. They're playing against tier 3 teams and finding success or having some close matches. But this is a different story. And when you look at the other side on Marsborne, they are 5-3 on it. They played against Lag twice, won 13-8 both times. Did have a loss against Fluxo. We already talked about that. Sometimes they struggle against those top teams in both South America and North America, losing that one 9-13. But overall, against the competition we'd expect Might to bring to the table here, I think Marsborne have this one.
That's definitely what we're teeing up. That's what the expectations are. We'll see what the reality looks like. We got a break, and then we see what Might are made of over on Train. They picked it. See what they can do. Well, Counter-Strike's always two halves, but the first map was a tale of two very different halves. We had the first one where Might was a little bit more competitive. They actually took the lead into the first half, or the end of the first half, and then they barely got up the ground when it came to the second. JRT, what went wrong? What was the primary focus, at least for you?
I mean, for me, it's just the T side of Might as a whole. I think it's a map they don't have enough experience on to compete against the Marsborne squad that's comfortable picking into Inferno time and time again. And we really saw their weaknesses come through. It also didn't necessarily feel like Might were winning that first half because of things they were doing exceptionally well. It was just Marsborne losing a lot of their fights and not really calling very effectively. And I think that's why we had that second half where Marsborne like, okay, we're better than this. We can do this. We can win on a map like this against Might. They came out of the gates firing and never really looked back after starting off on that second half CT side. So for me, it's just as a whole, Might could not compete on that map. Maybe it changes now as we come to Train, which is a map that I believe Might are trying to work into their pool and trying to pick into a little bit more. It's just that, you know, when you look on the other side, Marsborne kind of the same. Like they pick into this map sometimes as well.
Well, they actually pick into this map a lot of the time. It's definitely one that Might are trying to work in. Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, for me, this is when I think Marsborne, I think this is their home map. You know, in general, that's, or maybe you could say one of them, but you know, this is the one that they pick into. They picked into it a ton when they were at Frag as well, willing to play just about anyone on this one. And so I had to start the CT side as well. Makes life even more difficult. Good news, I think, you know, Beanox had a really good map one, and I think that, you know, that's certainly a huge plus for the map and Train, but see how it goes. Out to 8. Smoke to camera. Molotov not going to quite roll over to the back of the site. Wolfie grabs one, and that actually did spread. So Viz flushed out. Wolfie continuing to fight and find victories, and it's a little bit of a tentative hold of this area that Might have. Not exactly easy. Modem, though, goes down. Snakes, where is he? He's forced into position to take space, and hopefully Grizz can isolate whilst the bomb's being planted, but he doesn't even get that.
Grabs the Glock off the ground here in the 1v2, and now they've tucked around the corner, one into Con and one into Pop Dog. Snakes has a 3K that turned this round right on its head. Smoke toss onto the bomb by Grizz, trying to bait a peek, but the peek gets the better of him. DJ, the headshot with the P250, and might pick up another pistol round.
I mean, we didn't see it from Snake's perspective, but he swung into Z there. Marsborne had everyone in Z. It was 3 players basically right there, right around the corner. I just don't necessarily understand how somehow Snakes picks up a 3K from that. It doesn't make a lot of sense. Marsborne, you know, is everybody looking at the ground? Like, I really don't get it, but fair enough. You'll take that. Marsborne continue to invest. They're not going to give it up without a fight.
Yeah, they already got that util toss towards T-Con, so they have control of this A site. And you see off of that, Viz wants to have a peek and see if anyone's in Long Dog. No one is there for now. But you see that might maybe deviating in that direction, whether it be towards B or back into A. We'll see what the decision is. Good nade! That's a huge hit image, and then lead 2 frags on both sides. And it ends up being Grizz getting the better of off the 2K. Binox does trade him, and then Snake finds Chop. So now it's all up to Wolfie. That all happened in the span of 10 seconds.
Yeah, space already taken for Snakes, though he's in Pop Dog, and they're just going to go B. Calling Beanox and the bomb back into place. Yeah, they're just going to go B. They're taking their time about this. Wolfie doesn't have free reign, though. Actually, have rerouted. Commitment down A instead. The only way that Wolfie got back into this round was if this happened, and it has. Still a tall task.
Yeah, especially considering he doesn't really want to aggressively peek around this corner, given that Ivy is still an unknown for him. And you see him continually checking it. No footsteps made. There's the Molotov thrown. So he knows they're close, swings around it, tries to find an angle, could get it on Binox depending on the direction he decides to go in, but Binox is going to tuck in. There's the smoke, and Wolfie goes through it. Doesn't connect on that shot. He's going to continue fighting forward here, trying to regain this space. Does he have a kit? No. This is probably over unless he gets a frag right now. And he won't. There we go. Wolfie realizes the situation, looks for something on the ground to grab. It's going to be the Galil. And he opts to save it. Or not. He goes for a late fight. And Snakes will drop him. There you go. Might win the anti-force, and Marsborne are now on an eco.
Yeah, I was a little scared there because, you know, there was a one audio cue, one tick of damage that Wolfie took inside that Molotov, and it didn't actually look like it was heard by Might, but doesn't matter. They'll complete the victory. Wolfie gets no attempt, no victory off the back of that. Not even really close.
Yeah.
His default pistols, a couple of upgraded ones in the mix as well, but not gonna see too much in this round. Likely Marsborne just to fall flat.
Yuta going back and forth here, but Might eventually just going to explode out with those rifles, and there they come. Viz does manage to get one. I'm going to tell him another. Hold on a second. This could very much tilt in Marsborne's favor if another Deagle shot rings true, and it does, but afterwards, Jared gets the trade. What can Grizz do? Are they going to overlook him at Bomb Train? They kind of do. Oh, Grizz makes it a 1v1, only has the USP, no armor available to him, but he can take his time because he knows that Jared has to clear him out. I think this move is the most intelligent one from Grizz to try and go around and take all that space. Thing is, it relies on Jared not going in this direction, and he won't. This won't be expected by Jared at all.
I think Jared's actually
Is he gonna go B? Yeah.
Making a lot of good decisions. He's got to collect the bomb. That's the big problem for Jared. But the fact that he's cleared out Z now gives him a ton of information. He might anticipate Grizz once again, but he's a step behind again. Jared looking, he's like, what timing could he have caught? And he does check for Grizz. That's really smart from Jared.
I think the unfortunate thing for Grizz, there's no guns to pick up. If there was a rifle somewhere or anything better than a USP, which is everything, it would have been great for him and give himself a better chance. But the lack of armor and only that default pistol did him in towards the end. Great effort from Marsborne in an eco round, though. Now they've got the guns out, make it exceptionally expensive for Might, and we can't forget, an extra $200 gained off of those frags, which is, a flashbang, right? It's a little bit more util.
Yeah, I mean, an extra flash for everybody is actually a big deal. Marsborne pretty healthy with regard to the investments that they have this one. I like this. This is something that Marsborne do quite well, better than a lot of the teams in North America on this map, is how they fight for information and play off of one another. So that flashbang to get them into pop for a moment. It sees nothing and is going to end up falling back. Don't want to play too committed to this.
Grizz under a lot of pressure here. Chop's gone. Yeah, beautiful flashbangs from Binox, and Might just storm into the B side. This round might be over. I think Marsborne are saving.
Yeah.
Oh, man. That was a beautiful execute, though. I mean, look, they came through. Wasn't really much that Grizz could see. He loses his anchor Chop immediately. Tries to get something done, but he's out in no man's land and looking for frags. The problem is he didn't have much visibility because of those two flashbangs, as I mentioned. So 4-0 for Might. This is an exceptionally great start to their T side.
Yeah, I mean, I'm in agreement. Those flashes doing a ton of the heavy lifting. Good details in the back end of that execute as well for the Molotov that forces Grizz out. In a way, it makes it very difficult for him to stand in a position that isn't going to get hit by those flashbangs, as an example. I'll still buy. Full loss bonus, 3 saves. That's a surefire way to continue getting purchases on the CT side, even with no kills in the mix.
Yeah, this is an important one for Marsborne. Usually the CT side is a decent chunk better for them than their T side. It is. Looking for the opening duel. They win 54.1% of their CT side rounds. So far, they're stuck on that big goose egg. T-Con under control for now. May want to post someone up in there.
Another
as it stands, yeah.
Early move that they like to pull off, Marsborne. Is this T-Con take?
I mean, it's pretty typical, I would say, of most teams to try and take this space just because of how quickly things can go badly if you don't fight for it at all. You have to be aggressive on your CT side train.
Yeah, I think the question is whether or not you stick around
Yes.
usually.
Yes.
This time, Modem certainly is. He's got Viz for backup, but a full kit of utility on everybody there. That smoke, it might give him a false sense of security. Do they clear it? Absolutely not. Phoenix goes and loses his life. Viz spams another Modem for 2. And now they got to snap towards B. Hope that they can pull off some sort of miracle, take back space, and unfortunately recover the bomb that is dropped out in T-Con. Nothing to be done. DJ sees no one. Snakes is tangling with Wolfie, but there's no fight that Wolfie's willing to give.
Yeah, and I think Snakes and DJ are just going to pack it up and keep what they've got in their hands. That's going to be the round. And I mean, look, I appreciate, that they got that opening frag towards Chop. Chop overstepping a little bit into those upper tunnels towards B. But afterwards, they readjust. They go in towards T-Con. But that smoke, usually you want it to cover things a little bit more up close. Maybe a little more shallow would have been better for that smoke. But it isn't. And now they can't slip through. And it's just a complete slaughter by Modem. So, and Chris, of course. Anyway, first round finally on the board for Marsborne. They're going to be feeling good about that and immediately might call a timeout to talk things over because despite the fact that they have been getting rounds, a lot of them have featured, players losing their lives. Their economy hasn't been able to stabilize that well. And you see it here, buying down to their last dollar for 3 players. Sure, Noinks and DJ have a little bit of cash in reserve, but this is the last full buy for a little while, at least 1 or 2 rounds, if they should lose this.
Yeah, I think the opposite side, though, is where you're really worried. Marsborne, it's not all about the economy right now, but they do need to start to build a little bit more under their CT side. Talked about their strength on this map. Might already doing a pretty good job. This is a good launch point for something more. I think pressure on for Marsborne. Stop that. DJ really aggressive. Takes first contact. Honestly lucky to be walking away with his life.
Yeah, DJ fading off, and that aggressiveness towards T-Con from Marsborne continues. They are not going to take their foot off the gas pedal in that direction. Nade thrown to blow the smoke. DJ doesn't really get much off of it. Now Wolfie finds the opener against Binox. Chop leaning in from Long Dog this time. Interesting. Pushed all the way up, and it still doesn't go his way. He is having a very, very tough start here to train. Tried to get really aggressive out of B that time. Doesn't work out. Loses the fight to Snakes. Still, I would say Marsborne have the edge given how low DJ is. And Viz. Ooh, Viz. I don't know if you want to do this. Modem's supporting him. Yeah. Okay. He's fine.
I think the fact that he's got backup is the key part of that makes it a really intelligent decision rather than one that's risky. Playing back some area of the map. And it goes perfectly. Best case scenario where Viz just hits his one and then gets away. No refrag available. Another Molly cycled at the 30-second mark. There's a nade behind it too. There's a lot of problems that are going to be coming out of T-Con here in a moment.
Yeah, this is Marsborne stabilizing. Modem, nice shot. Was waiting for that to happen. Viz supporting, great crossfire, and no fuss, no muss there for those two. It will be Marsborne getting another. Modem leading the charge here with 7 frags on the board. And behind him, Grizz and Viz tied for 4 apiece. But Chop is a player that I expect will activate soon, sitting at that goose egg. It's not really made a difference to Marsborne in the 2 rounds they've won, but if they want to continue this, they need him to be very effective on that B anchor and maybe even just take a step back from the aggression. Just hold the site.
I mean, I don't know if I'd particularly call the aggression a problem. It's a requirement in a lot of ways. You need to be willing to step forward But
it's the only problem is that he's losing all those fights now, and it's not helpful to the team if you're just going to be losing all the fights. Even, I mean, I guess if he's getting information, that's helpful, but they need him, and this time he's going to stay back. Yeah.
He's top oil or bottom oil, excuse me. We'll see how it goes. Not the full kit for the execute this time. Chop grabs his one, and now he can step back. Close by, Wolfie. Oh, that could have been scary. Bottom handles it, and the bomb plant is there. Right now, no one goes down. Snakes is the only one left. He's caught a little timing, but Chop susses it out, and will put that one down fast. Yeah, bunch of pistols, but Chop gets tested, and he picks up 3.
There you go. Yeah, I mean, look, he was poking his nose out pretty much every single round prior to that, whether it be through ramp or the upper tunnels, and that time he hangs back, says, okay, I'm going to stay near oil, and maybe this will work out. It absolutely does. Yes, it's only against pistols, but his first 3 frags come in round number 7. And we'll see what he decides to do moving forward. Obviously, you're not wrong, Vincent. You do have to be on your toes. You have to continually try and look for information on CD side of Train. But I think Chop has been so effective just kind of holding his ground, holding the angles throughout, previously on Inferno, and you just saw here on Train that you don't want him to be going out too much. You want him to be effective with that rifle on the fights. Anyway, here comes Mike. Speaking of fights, going out towards T-Con. Grizz is going to win the first battle. Noinx finds the trade through the smoke. They've taken a lot of damage, but they don't care. They continue to get frags. Man advantage gained as they filter out here from T-Con.
Quality reposition, though, from Biz. That goes unknown, unseen. Biz grabs another one, too. That's actually stolen away, by Grizz. Regardless, all the meanwhile, Wolfie gets shot after shot off out, and what a banger that he just hit onto the final man in Beanox. That is absolutely incredible. Marsborne back indeed as they take 4 straight victories.
I think what I'm liking a lot right now from Marsborne is how well they're playing off each other, right? It's not just about the individuals. It's Chop going out there, in that example anyway. Chop taking a fight, Wolfie peering around, timing it well to get another look at that player who might be reloading or may have to deal with Chop in the meantime, and then he gets that frag. And then the second player peeks around as they're trying to reposition up that ladder and hits a wicked shot from the AWP. And I mean, we've been seeing that throughout this 4-round win streak from Marsborne. They're not letting any frag go unpunished, and ensuring that when they have that advantage, they don't allow themselves to fall. Wolfie, for example, previously was in in Z connector, and he was trying to take a fight, doesn't hit his shot, that's up close, immediately falls back into Z, and MOTM retakes that space and finds the frag instead. So not only do you get that frag, but you have Wolfie still alive with the AWP. It's just a couple of examples of how well Marsborne have been playing off each other. As we go in here to round number 9, pistols and an SMG out for Mike.
I mean, unfortunately, Mike, even this stagger step that they've taken, not going to necessarily change the way that things are looking. I say that. DJ with some incredible shots. The Deagle rings out twice over. It's been seen. That's a big whip from Wolfie. DJ grabs another with the recovered M4. And now Chop to clutch. We talked about his closing ability, and he certainly is the closer for this Marsborne team. Got to put that on display now.
That's a really good incendiary. Oh no, but he loses the fight there, Vincent. Snakes gets the headshot. He gives away his position, and the incendiary just wasn't strong enough for him to win that duel and inevitably the 1v2. So Mike do get a round on the board after losing 4 in a row to Marsborne. Although, look at that money. Marsborne, thanks to that 4-round win streak, I should say, have plenty of cash in the bank. 3 A1Ss, the A4, and the AWP will come through.
Yeah, that's a tough pill to swallow because that should have been their round, but we're going to see Chop get aggro once again. Yeah, that's the danger when you play that aggressively in this angle specifically, is that there's so much counter utility. He tossed in that location. Wolfie, stunner, he gets away with, and he might grab another one. Doesn't quite catch the timing, but he's done the damage. He'll get a bomb plant, but there's plenty of time now for Marsborne to set up a retake.
Yeah, Wolfie just moving a little bit too much on that shot, and the bullet hit the ground in front of Noinx instead of hitting him, even though the crosshair looked on. Now they try to charge in. Flashbang going to get tossed into the air for Noinx to afford a bit of space for himself, for his teammate as well, to maybe have a look. But as it stands, they're going to wait for Marsborne to come in. They lose one. Noinx finds the immediate trade. to be big here. Still the advantage. Catches Fizz with Utila, then flicks over to get MOTM. It's all down to Wolfie, who pulls out the pistol to find Noinks, but he's run out of time to defuse this bomb. Jared won't chase him down. Great shot from Wolfie, but he loses the round and should be able to get away from the bomb. Shaking a little bit in his boots, but he's fine. Unfortunately, though, for Marsborne anyway, they don't get back into the site in time and lose the round.
Yeah, I don't even really quite understand how Noinks gets so much off the back of that. Like, everybody's got utility out for some reason. You know, this is understandable, but I feel like Modem, that just should have been a trade. Doesn't come through, and, you know, Wolfie, nice final shot, but yeah, Marsborne lose that round despite doing I mean, they were in a 4-on-2 advantage there.
Yeah.
And they can't find the final touches of that victory. Free opener. It's another difference, and these are like the details that I think Marsborne are really good at on their CT side. They have so many opening gambits. You know, we talked about a couple of them already. The mid rounding has been okay as well. You know, but Wolfie gets aggressive into dog and puts one down. No response.
This is the first time might have gone Ivy in this half. They have not gone in this direction before. 3 players there, 1 lurking towards B. And Chop has not gone for the aggressive fight. He's playing off of Wolfie's AWP at this point. Wolfie's watching upper. Snakes lurking, waiting for the chance to strike while the rest of his team sets up towards that A site. His job right now is to, once the rest of his squad is in position, make some noise towards B and try to rotate attention that direction. But as it stands, maybe I take that back. It could be a pincer towards the B site. Wolfie realizes that. It absolutely is. Hits another shot. 2 for him on the round. Maybe a third. Yes! What a flick on it, Jared. Can't get the next one, but he's given his team such an advantage here.
Yeah, and they don't know that Chop is still necessarily on the site. You can see that Snakes is like worried about this possibility. Oh my gosh, Beanox, he's just not moving, not doing anything. And he misses a shot, a stinker right now for Beanox, and it's all put on display by that missed shot. Oh no. Saved the embarrassment. We don't see it from his POV, but still a terrible, frustrating miss as Wolfie dominates on this CT side.
Yeah, I mean, let's talk about the positives here for Marsborne as well. Wolfie, his domination. If you look at the stats, you talked about it before, he loves playing Train, and the stats show it. He's got a 1.32 impact rating here and a 1.27 rating, 84 ADR, firepower 97, sniping at 89. I mean, everything is fantastic for Wolfie here on Train. And again, this map is only going to boost those stats. 13 frags already, leads the squad. And almost a server, only Snakes ahead of him at 14.
Yeah, and that's the Snakes that started this map 9-1. Had a really incredible beginning to put Might into a good position. Trying to break their way through. Icy position here for Chop. He's hearing him come through. Wolfie's under fire. Now he can start to swing. Chop gets nothing, and Wolfie goes down. Bad news continues as Grizz fights his way out for 3. The Grizz is here, and it's Noinks who tries to bring this back. Grizz did almost everything. Now Modem just has to put the final touches on a 6-6 scoreline, and he does just that.
Wow, it's a limited firepower on the Might side because they didn't have much money, but that's a fantastic play from Grizz, no matter which way you slice it. Pressure is on. He knows he has to activate quickly because if they gain too much site control, the round's over. You're done. So he gets 2 immediately. Then the third is like, okay, well, that's already good enough, you'd think, for Grizz. But no, he tacks on another one by pulling out that 5-7. Great awareness. You saw the aggression that was coming through from him and the emotion that was flowing through his veins in that moment. He knew he had to be big, and he absolutely was. So Marsborne tied up going to the second half. Now, the question that I will ask, is that enough for Marsborne going into the second half, given that they usually are a little more competitive and effective on their CT sides?
I mean, you know, the answer of enough, I would say it's lower than average, but can absolutely take it back and make this a victory. I still think it's important to point out that, you know, it is an impressive one from Might. I think they had a lot of good ideas, especially early on. They had to reach a little deeper into the strat book for the last part of this half, but as a whole, I actually think Might did a pretty good job. It's especially tough when Wolfie's having such a good game and Binox is having such a bad game.
Yeah. Well, it's T side hopping versus CT side hopping, right? So maybe he's going to start popping off as they switch over to the CT side and get going. But I agree with you. It's a very much a tough thing for this Might squad to deal with the odds already against them. I would say one thing that gave Might a few more rounds is the fact that that B site was a little softer than expected. Chop, you know, losing a lot of those aggressive fights. I think only one frag came off of his push into those upper tunnels. Everything else was just anchoring down the site, so 5 of the 6. And now he's going to be lurking on this T side. Ooh, Binox the opener, though, with the USP, trying to change the narrative around himself.
I might just do that. Jared, who's tagged low. DJ's now the next to fight, and into Z they go. Everything goes Marsborne's way. The Binox, who found that opening, now relegated. Snakes is joining him. Long way back. And Chop, that reload, going to give his position away. Wow. Clears it, but Chop goes down. Snakes. What?
Viz?
Viz just missing everything there. Now Modem tries to isolate, but I don't know about that one. Marsborne tossed the round away.
Yeah, that's a mess. That's an unmitigated disaster from Marsborne. They go hunting a little bit out of Z. I understand that. Trying to get a quick frag. Doesn't happen. Nice shot from Snakes. And afterwards, he should have been dead 3 times. Going out there, didn't clear the angle, didn't clear the corner. Viz has so much time, too. He doesn't have to panic. There's no reason for it, because you saw that Snakes' mind had already been made up. He was already pushing in towards Z and that A site and wouldn't have seen Viz at all. Instead, Viz, you know, just spams away, misses all the shots, and Snakes will happily capitalize on that. And Marsborne melts away like a popsicle in the sun.
That is the second 4-on-2 advantage they have fumbled.
Yep.
I mean, it just can't happen, simply. Viz gonna go down this time. You know, not a missed shot from him. He's not facing the right direction. I don't even know where you go from here if you're Marsborne. Losing him, no trade. Chomp is isolated. They've scaled Modem towards A significantly, but how many do you find? Oh, he spotted another one. He's on the back of the site. Well, that molly doesn't actually work out, but Wolfie's got the headshot. DJ now front sight. They forced the CTs back and out. Beanox is now joining the fray. DJ still alive, still kicking. Modem and Grizz get the job done with Wolfie putting a second frag, on the board in the meantime. A lot of confusion, a lot of chaos, such that Might, I don't even think they really got confused about it. Marsborne just forced their way in, and that surprise factor of Modem being so deep into their backline, I think makes it very difficult for Might to set their feet from then on out.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, Modem going in there towards Cameron, finding that first, turns all the attention from Might in that direction, and Marsborne capitalizing the opportunity. They take the space very quickly, get in towards Bomb Train. You know, a couple of players trying to fade off there from Might into Z, but they couldn't get into that position. Marsborne clear them out, and after that, it's just picking up the guns, getting the upgrades they need, and taking care of business against a Might squad that's got to be a little bit stunned after winning the pistol and losing the follow-up immediately.
Oh, and it's winning the pistol in such absurd standpoints as well.
Yeah.
From a 2-on-4 disadvantage, and that time Might had the early lead. 5-on-4 can't be converted. Just when you thought that things might be going bad to worse for Marsborne, they find a pretty important recovery.
Three players defending this B site. We've seen the Deagles really ring true for a lot of damage on both sides of the server, especially in rounds like this, so you can't really count Might out of it. Util has to be good, and so far it is. Great flashbang. Snakes can't do anything there. They need to get a trade off of it, and that doesn't happen, at least not yet. There was a player. Wasn't there an upper? Anyway, it doesn't matter. Might gonna retreat here. They know that they won't be able to buy up in this next round. Lynx has managed to collect one. On to Viz. He's hanging around. Eats the nade. The armor's important for him. He doesn't care. Continues taking that fight. Wants to try and gain a little bit more money for his squad, but that doesn't happen and finally will fade off.
I mean, arguably that's not particularly worth the deagle and armor that he would give away.
Exactly.
It doesn't go correctly. To answer your question, yes, there was snakes in upper. He got flashed and insta-cleared on the first entry. I think it was Viz who picked that up. So
okay. Yeah.
Good utility that's going to confirm Marsborne the B site and the victory. An eco round coming up with the additions of the saved scouts plus deagle.
It's been a weird start to this second half, I have to say, with the way these rounds have been playing out.
Incredibly
we go
so.
again. Yeah.
I'm gonna play a little stack towards the B-bomb site. Get these scouts up into the mix is the hope.
Look at the space Might are gaining here outside of B. I mean, they know where Marsborne are going at this stage, so they're just going to try and rotate it on a flank from Pop Dog. It's being watched by only one player, so they could overload this potentially, even with the limited buy-up. Viz gets one, ignores the immediate trade onto MOTM, and Viz, I mean, he's taking a lot of damage, so is Chop. But they are getting frags at the very least to keep their very precarious man advantage in their favor. Now it'll be a two-man edge, and this should settle things up completely, especially considering there's a scout and a USP on their side. I say that, but that scout got another tag. It's going to be scared at the finish line unless they get one more quickly, and there's that one. DJ won't be able to do this. Yeah, there it goes. Wolfie and Grizz will get the last two, and Marsborne convert.
That might be the most damage ever done in a round that only netted one kill, to be honest.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, a very, very niche record to hold, but I think we might have seen that one right there. 9-7, though. Might finally on for the purchase. And it's back to what I was kind of talking about. Feels like a little bit of a two-man army, two different individuals, to be fair for Might. Snakes, you know, started this, continues to look good. Oh my goodness, that's a deadly combo. Double nade, and then the spam to follow that up all the way from Brown Hall. Disgusting is what Beanox is just, that's what he's just dealt with, and it leaves him on 5.
Yeah, I think a troubling trend for Might, assuming things continue in this direction, is that they've had strong first halves on both maps, and then they just disappear in the second. Now DJ trying to change that. Does get that trade onto Wolfie. Modem still waiting over in TCON, but DJ expects it. Spam will continue ringing through that smoke, and thanks to the fact that it's an A1S, no tracers for MOTM to follow. 3 players wait on this A site. A deviation to B may not be a bad idea for Marsborne. I'm still not too convinced they're going to go A, because that bomb is waiting outside of TCON. MOTM gone. DJ up close and personal. He sees 3 players, though, and they still go out in this direction. This is a slaughter in favor of Might, and they will get this round. DJ with a 4K.
Yeah, I felt a little bit forced from Marsborne. I did see a world in which that could have been, I should say, successful, but no. Doesn't work out so well. DJ with the big individual performance as he steps up. But you know, Marsborne working a 4-on-4 there, felt like they could have maybe sold a little bit more presence towards B. And they don't. That's why 3 players are sitting on A.
Money's still there for Marsborne, so they're going to have a buy-up. Now they decide to go towards Ivy. 2 players head in this direction. It is being watched. That's Jared, who we haven't seen too much of so far here in this series. Maybe this will be his chance to shine, and he does get one onto Grizz, and the follow-up. Here we go, 2K for Jared. The hit isn't going towards A, though. It's going B. So Marsborne still have a chance here with the 3 players posture to entry, but Snakes takes the head off of Viz. Well, TF does get one back, but I mean, look at the health for Chop. This is going to be nigh impossible to pull off unless Chop gets a couple of quick ones. They don't trade him out off that. I thought Noinks had him dead to rights.
Probably should have. Chop's still very low. Modem going to have to be the it factor, and he's not exactly fully healthy to begin with. Nasty angle that Modem's currently working with. Jared's probably dead as soon as he takes the next step forward. This is so tough. Doesn't get away with it. Now Modem inside that smoke. Chop to isolate on the other side, but Chop goes down. Beanox had held the angle for so long. Now Modem. The first one's attempted, but not clean. Jared picks up the 3-piece. Mike will take an equalizer, 9-9. Their confidence here on Train looking to pay off.
Yeah, as I called it out a couple of rounds ago, I was like, it's going to be another flat second half potentially for Might. Let's see if they prove us wrong. They do. They immediately get 2 rounds afterwards. Tied this one up at 9 and have forced Marsborne onto an eco. Jared stepping up to the plate and delivering when he was called upon towards Ivy. And even gets the last there to get the 3K. 19th round of play. It's going to be a little bit of an investment for Marsborne. They got some upgraded pistols and a Galil in the mix. Galil will be dropped over to Viz since he's got the body armor. And Wolfie, I think, well, he also has the armor as well. I'm not sure what was going on there. Maybe Viz had an idea, wanted to call a strat.
Right now, the strat is just sort of explorative towards B. Smoke. Going to be a little blocker, but it doesn't necessarily stop what they're trying to set up. Only 1 man spotted. So enough utility for a B exec. 2 smokes and 2 flashes, or excuse me, 4 flashes.
Snake's missing those shots is a bit problematic, but he does fall away from it without taking any damage, so he's fine. Thing is, that allows the space to be gained by Marsborne. DJ's waiting for bodies to ring through from a ramp. 4 smokes, as you mentioned, and 4 flashes, excuse me, and a couple of smokes available for Marsborne. They're going to wait down to likely the 40-second mark before this comes through, and there we go. Flashes are out. They've got the space potentially. They got to win the fights, though. They lose the first one, the second, and even the fourth. They only get 1 frag in the mix, and I'm not sure if it's going to be enough. Pistol's still up. Nice dink coming through from Grizz, and Wolfie gets a bomb plant. I'd say that's already mission accomplished.
Yeah, that was the goal, is get that bomb down. Sindri is going to force him out into the open and put to bed quickly enough. Snakes with another quad kill. You know, sort of cleaning up some ecos, to be fair, but he'll take it. Snakes and having a banger game. Might will take the lead. Again, I just feel like, you know, Marsborne, I would consider them the better team, but man, they really haven't been playing like it. Some missed moments, particularly the fact that they've lost 2 4-on-2s. And of course, Chop, you know, having a little bit of a rough game, but you know, he's not the guy you necessarily are anticipating to break off and be like the biggest fragger on this team.
Yeah, this is not going well at all for Marsborne in the early goings. This is a full bot. It looked like an anti-eco for Might with the way those first 2 frags came through. This is echoes of Inferno, honestly, that Marsborne T side where things are looking a little too simplistic and the calls weren't enough to really phase Might, and it feels like we're going back to that. Now Wolfie and Grizz on a 1 minute and 12-second save.
Yeah, I mean, if there's any chance, it's Might giving it up, giving away fights that would give them that. Yeah, it's certainly been a little bit more of a simplistic half from a, you know, calling perspective, but I don't even know if, like, particularly bad calls from Marsborne for me. I think that, you know, some of the same issues certainly rearing their head, but in general, might have had some big step ups, right? We're talking about, you know, multi-frags from DJ, from Jared, from Snakes, consistently. Early details for Might, particularly in this round, that make life miserable for Marsborne, and that fast pop out of T-Con. Modem takes, I mean, he's down to like 15 HP thanks to nades and utility. Off the rip. Full save attempt and conversion of that. Wolfie and Grizz escape with their rifles. The problem is Marsborne have run out of time. Might have 11. There's really not a really easy decision here. I mean, they can save, but problem is, do they want to give Might 12?
This is a little bit of a weird one, right? With Grizz and Wolfie down to below 100, everyone else kind of saving. I guess they figure they'll still have a decent chance of success with these Tech 9s and the armor behind them. So we'll see if they're right. Likely going to lead to a faster execute given the firepower that they got in their hands and the mobility that's gained with those Tech 9s, but it's about when that explosion comes through. They want to gain this space into Pop Dog, so it will be A. They're a little wary of going to T-Con at this point. I feel like A's been the more effectively defended site for Might so far, so we'll see if Marsborne can crack through that.
A real tall task considering the utility. It's only 2 flashes. Is getting ready to toss what I can only assume is going to be a Z smoke. It's a good attempt. Chop gonna eventually get the trade, and Wolfie's AK comes to the back of the site. Oh no! A little bit of an oversight. This shot from the op lets them try and close the distance. Grizz starts the 1v3 but cannot close it. It's 12 for Might, who may just make their way into a map 3.
Wow. I mean, I talked about it. The fact that Marsborne only got those 6 rounds on CT side felt like a bit of an issue. And now, well, that worry may be becoming a reality. 12-9 in favor of Might. They need one of the next 3, and this one is done. Marsborne, obviously, we're hoping to end this one in 2 maps. We thought they would, but as it stands right now, with Might on the precipice of victory, they're going to need a lot to bring this one back into contention.
And pretty clear intentions from Marsborne off the very beginning of this round. They want to lean into their B exact. They've had some success here. You talked about how the A site, the better defended of the 2, and I think that's partially because Marsborne have had better executes towards B. Basically, no map control being held. Jared investigating. He's all the way through. He might catch a timing here. Yeah, Modem's going to go down for free.
That's really difficult now for Marsborne. They're second-guessing themselves a little bit, and they say, no, let's go. Hold our nerve. Head into this B site. Try to win some fights. Snakes does fall. What about DJ's been pretty solid for the last couple of rounds. Only gets 1 there. 3v3 now, but Grizz is on life support with 17 HP remaining. They get the smoke off for Z, and now Chop is very deeply postured in towards CT. So it's going to be difficult for Might to get back in here. You imagine they're going to go for it, though, with the money they have.
Oh, no doubt.
Oh, look at this. Timing off the smoke pop. Oh, it's actually not going to come into fruition because Chop takes the initiative instead and gets Binox.
Now he's got an op, too. Know that they can be swung off the back of that. This slows things down infinitely. In fact, it slows things down so much that they crawl their way out, not in. Might give it up. They want to hang on to as much cash flow as they can support. And it might be the start of something for Marsborne. To be fair, Marsborne low-key are overtime merchants on train.
Yeah. I think they played against Fisher College, right? That was the OT you might be thinking of.
Yep, definitely the one I'm thinking of.
20-22. Excuse me, 22-20 over Fisher College. See if they can pull it back and get to that point in the first place, though. Look at the util that's being tossed in towards TCOM, Wolfie, and MOTM on the receiving end of it, but they don't take too much damage. They're okay. I think the biggest problem is now they are one-shot deaths to the head of an M4, from an M4, excuse me. Chop waits around, lurking. Hopes that someone's going to push in his direction. That may just happen here. Snakes and Beanox already very aggressively postured. Beanox going to fall back towards that B site, but Snakes will not rescind on the space he's gained.
Ooh, that's tough.
Yeah.
Just a little bit of a leak, a little bit of information for Jared to work from. Wolfie going to clear this. Nice shot from Wolfie. Snakes gets his. Snakes goes down, and now Beinox is in a tight spot. He's sort of stuck. Problem is that Wolfie's still there. Spotted.
What?
Oh, but cannot take it. That's tragic on the timing. And Viz gets away with his life, too. Wolfie's still back. And he knows that Beanox is aware, but, you know, knowing and being able to do something about it's two different things. Finally dispatched. 2-on-2.
Beinox is not going to go in here. I mean, he is riding the struggle bus, and he can't get that door open to jump off. It is really tough for him. He's missing those shots, opportunities slipping through his fingers. The fact that he even gets 2 opportunities to strike there and doesn't do it on either of them is crazy, and by the time he does connect for an op frag, it's too late. It doesn't matter anymore. Marsborne have pulled it back 2 rounds in a row. They go the distance, the full 24. Trying to push this one to OT.
Trying, but definitely not a guaranteed success yet. Might that build of that bank, their decisions to go for saves rather than keep going in, tossing away bodies, the fact that they made those good decisions, that means that they can buy 3 straight rounds from the CT side back end of this half. A bit of a pace change, or at least that's what it sounds like to Might. As soon as they take the contact and hope that that will trigger a response where Marsborne or where Might will toss a ton of the utility. That doesn't happen, but they're going to keep going. They're just going to step forward. Snakes on the other end. DJ arrives, a little bit of support, but late to the party, and Snakes goes down.
No.
Wolfie this time, who lives on life support, but that is just fine. They've got the man advantage.
Yeah, and look at the positioning here. Oh, Fizz looks the wrong way, and Beinox will get one back. No better time to strike than this. Jared finds one as well. 3v2. It's falling apart for Marsborne here. Wolfie on 7 HP. He is just holding his nerve next to Oil Train. MOTM from above needs to help him, and he won't. Wolfie's gone. This could be it. 1v3 required of MOTM. Gets the first, flicks for the second. Still alive, but there he falls. Now they have to find the bomb. They do. It should be fine, and might do indeed take train 13-11.
I mean, to be honest with you, I want to give Mike some props, and I will in a second, but I mean, what are Marsborne doing in some of these moments? I mean, Grizz, I don't know what he's looking at, but it wasn't his screen. I thought that Noix was heard, or Beanox was heard. I'm pretty sure that there was a footstep there from Biz, and he's taking a step forward to look at and to fight towards Z instead of fighting for the footstep that he just heard coming from CT. I don't know. I just feel like that, like those 2 particular micro decisions were ones that just lost that round, and it probably should have been overtime, but might take it anyway.
No, that felt absolutely, I would say like 95% of my mind. I was like, this is OT. And you're right. I mean, Viz had the information, had everything going his way, and didn't really have to worry that much about Z from where he was, the position he was in. He was more exposed from CT. So probably should have focused his attention there. Instead, he doesn't, and things really start to unravel after that point. I mean, it is just absolutely catastrophic for Marsborne. We saw a lot of rounds like that from them where there wasn't a good look when we expected them to be a little bit stronger. And you do have to give credit to Mike, though. I agree with you. Like, they did a good job here on Train. They had a very good first half of action. They were able to punch through the defenses repeatedly, get 6 rounds on the board, which is actually really good for a T side of Train. And then their CT side, while it did have some hiccups here and there, and they did get pushed to the limit, that little difference, right, of not having a strong CT side on the side of Marsborne meant that we're going to map 3.
Yeah, I mean, I do like some of the details that we saw from Mike, but the other side of that is that those 4-on-2s, those disappointments as
Yeah,
well.
yeah.
The man advantages. Marsborne, to be honest with you, just not on their game right now. A lot of these little moments are slipping through, and some of the big ones as well. We'll see what the Dust 2 looks like. That's our final map today for this series. Marsborne gonna have to correct the record. At least I feel like the mentality right now, because it's got to be struggling after some of those difficult situations fall away from them. We're gonna see what Dust 2 looks like, but it's gonna be when we come back from this break.
He's going to force the kill in the last second. Right to the smoke.
didn't think we'd be here, JRT. Not for a third map, not in this series. That's where we started and where we have ended, or where we will end, is Dust 2 that's coming up next. Listen, this is a surprise, but how did it happen? What was the big driving factor for Might's victory on Train?
I mean, I mentioned it before. It's just I felt like the CT side was lackluster coming through from Marsborne, right? I think Chop could have been better on the B anchor and might abuse that repeatedly, and that's how they got the majority of their rounds. And then, you know, we saw the T side. Although it started off well for Marsborne, it was flat. Like, there were moments where you're like, why are they making these decisions? Why are they losing the 4v2s, for example? Those 2-man advantages that were coming through from them repeatedly. Even that last round, a 4v3, they had everything they could hope for, and then they let it slip away. So, I mean, Marsborne just haven't been shooting as well as we're used to seeing them. And also, they don't feel like they're in their element right now. Maybe still trying to recover from Fragadelphia. I don't know what it is, but things are looking a little bit rough for them as we go to Dust 2.
Nah, I don't want to hear any excuses like that. I know you're mostly kidding, but like, seriously, you know, they were, I think, top 8, so like they were in the quarterfinal, which means they didn't play on day 3 or day 4 rather on Sunday.
That is
I
true.
do not want to hear about all that. It's also been like 3 days. So regardless, you know, memes aside, I think that it's those little details that you're talking about that's the biggest pain point right now for Marsborne. And you know what? Going into Dust 2, let me just speak bluntly. This is the map that I felt like I had the most confidence in for Might. So the fact that we've got here, you know, and they're on the upswing right now, I know that the win rate's not good, but like, this is a map they put a lot of time into, that I've seen them play quite a bit. That they know, I know that they're quite capable on. You know, you combine that with Snakes having a fantastic series right now. I mean, his train was unstoppable. He had like 26 or 27 kills, something along those lines. He was very good individually. Tack on, you know, someone else who's having a very good individual map. I think the sky's the limit right here for Might. I would have told you at the beginning, and I did, that I don't think there's much of a chance that Marsborne fumble this one. I think we're there. This is certainly viable.
Yeah, no, I would say so as well. The only thing is, when I look at Might's results, like, despite the fact that they might have been competitive in some of their matches, it's not great. They didn't hit double digits more than once, and the one time that they did, it was a win against Lag 13-9. Then it was like a couple 9-13s, 8-13. You know, I mean, granted, things have been getting better over the last, as time has gone on, since May and towards July. You've seen the improvements for Dust 2 for sure on this squad, but I still feel like if Marsborne play the way we're used to seeing them on Dust 2, then things should still fall in their favor. But I agree with you, the way this one's trending, what we've seen from Marsborne so far, how Might have had some really great individual performances, which on a map like Dust 2 can be a very big difference maker. I say it's more of a 50-50 at this point.
Yeah, it kind of feels like that. The thing that can change that, though, you know, to maybe put a quick caveat into play, is that I do think that if Marsborne's individuals wake up a little bit more, right? And I don't think that really there was anything too bad on Train, but I think that we have seen a pretty terrible series from Viz individually. I think Mono's not in the form that I typically expect to see him in. Chop has had some slow starts. Like, as a whole, there's some bits and pieces of these individuals missing for Marsborne. You know, if they all pop off, if they kind of all arrive on Dust from the very beginning, hey man, the sky is truly the limit, and I don't know that Might have much to offer in comparison.
I think one thing that's been great for Might, though, is they've won 3 of 4 pistol rounds so far. So this has been a point of strength for them. Let's see if that continues on to Dust 2. This is not trending well. Grizz, well, it does get traded. Wolfie trying to snap a couple more shots there in towards lower, but can't really connect on anything. A little bit of aggression coming through into the upper tunnels momentarily from Amatien, but he falls off of that wisely, I would say, because there are 2 players there and likely would have been a trade. And we wait.
A little waiting game. I'm happy that Marsborne kind of disengaged when it was a 4-on-4, though. Let Might make the next step. I've already split them up, spread them out. Might take their time, rendezvousing over at long. Now they're going to 4-stack up. Smoke and Flash remaining, going to give Might a very clear pathway. Viz steps toward Car. Normally this is a good position, but he's got the kit, so this is maybe slightly concerning. A little harder to actually recollect that, but they've got everyone here. All the right pieces in the right places for Marsborne. Wolfie misses the first. He sets Viz up for success, and another flash is going to give Viz another opportunity. The P250 for DJ is the only remaining. Pistol here for Might. And even the jiggles, the taps, none of it going his direction. Marsborne will put together a round victory. There's the Marsborne that we were looking for.
Yeah, at least on the pistol, they get their second of the series. They give them something to build off of, and they deny any space for a bomb plant. So Might will be going for the eco, even though we've seen a lot of players, or a lot of teams, I should say, forcing up even after not getting a bomb plant on their T side. This time, in this series anyway, neither team has leaned in that direction. Binox taps a quick shot with the Glock down mid. There's nothing purchased up from Might, though.
Yeah, DJ's got the only upgrade in that Deagle. And MP9's going to arrive on the scene. Talked about the choice that you now have. Well, Marsborne going to put the old school to good use.
Snakes. Oh, he does get one. Grabs the MP9, maybe a second too. See that MP9 spray a little bit more sporadic now, and it does cost Snakes as he comes around that corner. Chop will end him after he gets one, so some damage, but that's it. As Marsborne build up off of their pistol run. Looking to convert a third here, but it will be up against rifles this time. Might with 3 AKs, make that 4, and a Galil.
Well, if he's sticking with the scout, I think that's the correct move.
Mm-hmm.
To be fair, this is the scout map. Shout out to Wolfie on that one. Just like I was saying, a little jump there and suicide of Wolfie. Says DJ, you better watch yourself. Puts the opposing in-game leader on notice.
Smoke going to get tossed there for the mid double doors, and Might will take mid control, despite taking the first damage in the round. I think they want to see what's happening at long, and Grizz is playing pretty well here up close with the MP9. That's a hard clear for a T coming through those doors, but they won't test it just yet. Set themselves up for a potential take of mid. There's that smoke for B side, the B side mid smoke, I should say. Now, Molotov forces Viz to drop down. Smoke thrown in response immediately, so more time will be burned off this clock before it might go in, but it will be an A finish.
It will. I'm a little concerned, though. Like you said, tough clear. Grizz in a great spot to at least find 1-for-1 on long, and now a lot of support potentially set up for Viz, who's now getting back into position. Those smokes might look like it's bad news for Viz, but it's actually just fine. Now settle. There's that 1-for-1, as I said. Exactly the kind of thing that would be likely. Modem gonna grab his, and Viz gonna go unchecked. Probably no, not a second, but they still have Modem at long. 17 seconds, gotta move. Scout tags another, and Chop finishes the job with Noinks having to do a whole lot of heavy lifting in this 1v3. Modem doesn't give him anything. Jumping MP9, thought they nerfed it. And it'll be Wolfie who finishes the job.
There you go. Oh, no, they didn't nerf it completely, right? If you're close enough, it's still very effective. It's just that it used to be effective from an insane range with the jumping MP9. So, yeah, that's nerfed. But now it's still effective from that type of engagement. Anyway, Marsborne win the round. Nice setup. I mean, we already highlighted everything that went right. Grizz gets that 1-for-1. You see the attempt to come through from Cap, but a great bit of flashing done, not anti-flashing, but
counter-flashing.
Counter-flashing there, yes, thank you. Counter-flashing thrown by Marsborne to delay the cat push and allow Viz to readjust even further. And once they pop through that smoke, Viz is able to farm a little bit of damage. Marsborne looking for a 4th in a row now. I mean, already we're seeing, you know, the players that were quiet in the previous maps really start to wake up here on Dust 2 in the early goings. Noinks almost catches Wolfie getting a little too aggressive there up mid, but Wolfie does escape.
It's already a good position for Modem, and he could reposition even further if he wanted to. Lots of utility for this attack. That was part of the issue last round for Might, is that they had like one smoke and one flash. Bottom, all cleared and removed. Chop's got his back, and oh, what a turn from Modem. How about a third? Modem living large on the corner in the left-hand side there of the exit of tunnels. Marsborne, it is that 4 straight victories you were teeing up.
All right, anti-eco, absolutely solid there from Marsborne. MOTM creating noise and the spacing playing off each other. This is what we saw that worked really well on Train, because it wasn't all doom and gloom for Marsborne, right? We saw them play off each other extremely effectively in certain rounds on that CT side, and the chemistry was there. Just some of the rounds, they melted away in surprising fashion. But right there, it's another example of how Marsborne can be really strong in terms of, you know, both the players being very much in sync with the other's actions. Anyway, Chop is going to go for a fight, loses it immediately. Binox is already there towards the upper tunnels. Molotov goes in immediately from MOTM, so that will buy some time, then throws the smoke afterwards to stop that B site from being taken.
That'll do. At least put Chop down early. You know, Binox, we kind of talked about having some struggles on Train. Dust to an Opera's playground in many of those aspects. He gets the spawn and he puts it to good use. Maybe he might have seen Viz a moment ago. Not the case. Wolfie now posted into position.
Noinks.
There's one flash left. Might be hard to push Wolfie back off of this.
Oh,
Whoa.
Wolfie. That's not... Look, a nice shot from Noinks, but like Wolfie was waiting there the whole time. That should have been his. And just couldn't track Noinks. Now they're going to readjust back in towards the inside. Probably they're going to fall back. Viz is dead. Grizz the last one standing. And these are the types of rounds that we just see from Marsborne sometimes, where they just absolutely fall apart on their defense. At least I say sometimes. I mean today.
Let me be fair. You know, we've seen some collapses. I don't think this was that. You know, might transition what was a good spawn into an early pick. Binox having a good round. The only, you know, huge missed mark for me is that one from Wolfie.
Yes.
You know, otherwise you can kind of understand all of the points at which things start to go wrong for Marsborne, but it's all about Might and how they maneuver themselves in this round rather than any failures. And that was the takeaway from Train, was Marsborne's failures more than Might's successes. And you know, that kind of sucks for Might, I feel like, but you know, that's based on high expectations from Marsborne.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I'm being a little too hard on Marsborne, admittedly, but still, I feel like they should have at least had a fighting chance in this round, but every opportunity they had was taken away by Might. So, first round picked up by Might. Marsborne still have plenty of cash in the bank to get a buy up here. Let's see if they can recover. Yeah, I really did appreciate Binox, though, in the early part of the round, just getting that space towards upper tunnels before Marsborne even had to look into the upper tunnels. He gets that opening frag onto Chop, does not miss the opportunity. He wants to make up for what was not the greatest Train performance, even though they did win the map.
And Chop gonna get tucked, gets across this time unperturbed. Hefty presence right now for Might in tunnels. Like, they have basically no mid control, basically no long control. Wolfie on the boost. That one probably should have been his, but he misses the mark again. It's gonna funnel them right into B. Not an easy rotation currently, but on Modem was just here. Chop might be in a little trouble.
Noinks charging through. Is Chop in trouble? Yes, he's dead. So is MOTM. They are both in trouble. 5v3 in favor of Might. B-site loss. They may just want to pack their bags, grab their things, and head out.
Yeah, I just think that, honestly, not a great way to hold the B site. I think that, I understand that it was Modem that was there when he picked up that triple kill in the corner, and it was against the anti-eco. I do just feel like, realistically, you don't play that same spot again in the next, like, 4 rounds. And I say that because Snakes just pre-fired him, and cleared it with a spam through the smoke. Job's not done. Problems continue for Might in that they'd still have to deal with another bye for Marsborne. 3 in a row it's a tough one to break. It's difficult when, Marsborne were able to build up such economy over the first, 4 rounds.
Marsborne want to get themselves back on the board here, otherwise Might continue to claw their way back into this dust too. Molotov's going to sail in there from Noinks. Smoke thrown on immediately by Wolfie, and then the smoke pop doesn't yield anything. So a bit of a stalemate in the early engagements here. No damage done on either side except for Wolfie getting tagged by a little bit of nade damage. Jared has gone up to Long, and again, Marsborne not really challenging Long at all. They've got that smoke toss. I don't think that's deep enough. It's not. That's going to leave a bit of a gap. Grizz does manage to slip past, though. He's still good thanks to that flashbang that was tossed forward. But there is the blow of the smoke, and DJ will capitalize this time. Wolfie, yup. Visibility clears, and he does collect Jared. Tries to fade away, takes damage from that Molotov. Another one sails in, but MOTM to the rescue. Spamming through the smoke, doing damage, and getting a frag on a DJ. Might continue to move in, though.
Wolfie, well, I was going to say still alive, still a threat. Chop on Cat. Grabs his refrag, and actually it's Viz who pulls back. Chop was the one who converted onto the lurk through double door, but Vinox doesn't even start to try that 1v3 clutch. Marsborne put him down. Didn't look like things were going to go well. I think Grizz exposed a little bit. I'm not really sure what his goal was. Maybe he was looking to get a flash through the smoke, but when he gets blown up and he's caught in no man's land, I thought he was going to car, but he didn't seem like that was his intention.
Yeah.
Regardless, Wolfie maintains posture, slows things down. Motum gets a spam through the smoke, and good news keeps on rolling because Marsborne have 5.
I mean, it felt like for a moment it could have gone either way, and you saw in that 3v3, right as the bomb's about to get planted, Might just fell apart. They got, I think, onto that bomb site pretty effectively, but just couldn't hit the shots, just tapping way towards Cat. And right here, speaking of falling apart, Grizz and Viz combine for 3, as Snakes and Binox will be the last one standing. No dice for Might on that quick attempt towards Long, and the bomb dropped at the feet of Marsborne.
Like, and you missed this one. I like the call actually from DJ. I think that this is a game where in general the pace has been pretty slow. It's actually not been super defaulty from Might. They haven't consistently taken catwalk or anything. Any of the normal Dust 2 activities that you would anticipate from a T side, they've been much more direct in their approach, but it's been slow. This one, try to change the pace a little bit, try to get out fast. And in their defense, man, Marsborne had barely played long like this.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's just this round that they meet such a stiff defense. And I got a feel for DJ. And you're like, well, darn. That's the round that they're 3 long. All good.
You took the words out of my mouth. I was about to say exactly that. Like, they conditioned them to expect no resistance towards Long. And then Marsborne's like, oh, yeah, by the way, we have to here. So Wolfie will collect Binox. Snakes, last one standing, 20 seconds left. I don't think he's going to survive, so he might want to try and take a fight here before time expires. Not even looking for MOTM nor Wolfie, and he does take that fight and lose it to Wolfie. Marsborne win the round. I would even argue that Wolfie was the one who swung around that corner, and Snakes probably would have just bided his time until the clock ran down to 0. But in either case, Marsborne already up to 6.
Yeah, you got to trigger Might to start digging into their tactical timeouts and talk this one over. I think that it's really not super useful to point any fingers on any individuals because in general Might are struggling here. But, I talked about my expectations for like what a win condition looks like for Mike this series being, Jared having a good game alongside Snakes and, didn't know what to expect from Noinks, and then pick, take your pick, right? Phoenox been the one to do that in the past, and particularly he was having a great Inferno.
Phoenox rattling off a shot there. Will be missed. Wolfie almost overstaying his welcome towards mid. There's the util raining in from Cat to try and support his retreat, so he does get away. Damage has been dealt though, and here comes the smokes. Might will gain control of mid as a result. Marsborne still leaving one player towards long. One is Grizz, playing a similar angle as he did when he had the MP9, but this time has the AK-47 to rattle off some shots with. Jared, along with Noinks, already out towards mid. Ooh, Viz needs to have an impact here, you'd think. Otherwise, Marsborne are going to be in trouble. And, well, that utility is enough to push Might back.
Viz is actually in a pretty good spot, all things considered. Felt like he was ready to super heavily commit to that with a couple of flashbangs, and, it's not required. Maintains positioning and information whilst not having to make that commitment. So, ultimately good news. Ooh. That door smoke actually gives him such clear information. This is definitely going to be towards the B site by this point. Grizz, it's DJ, and now they can deal with players coming out of the tunnel. It's all done and dusted. Spam for Chop as he puts down a second. Clear and easy for Marsborne.
It's got to be frustrating for Might, though, because every single time they make a decision to switch things up, Marsborne are set up with 3 players in the direction they go. Previously was towards long, now it's at B. Marsborne just appear to have a read every single time on what Might are doing. And like you said, that mid smoke thrown, the door smoke, I should say, that was thrown really did give things away. And showed Might's hand to Marsborne. Incendiary going to fly through immediately here. We're towards B. And now Jared and the rest of Might continue to take this mid space. They're giving up mid on Marsborne, not really contesting too much. Instead relying on their holds towards long, B, and the A site.
It's only been fights towards Catwalk that Marsborne have consistently took.
Yeah.
And it's, more that boost that we saw pretty often for Wolfie. And this has to go Cat. I mean, I guess it could go mid to B, but 2 smokes and a flash with 1 Molotov that says Cat all the way, and that's what it is. This is going to get a flash. This is great support. They make their way up.
Oh, what?
Lines him up 2 for 1. Wolfie grabs his. And they're going to give a little bit of space. This plant, they don't want to give it up, but it's not that big a deal. And actually, the planter goes down just as he barely punches in the numbers. Marsborne.
Yeah.
I mean, they are looking unstoppable right now.
Yeah, all the individuals looking hot. There's no weak point this time on Dust 2. We can't point fingers at anyone. This is just across the board fantastic for Marsborne. And on the other side for Might, they just don't have the answer consistently. A couple of rounds here and there. But timeout going to be called because they need to figure something out. What a shutdown from Marsborne.
Yeah, I don't really know if I have a good answer for Might. I mean, that's what they're talking about right now. What could that answer be? But, in general, I think that Might could have started this half with a little bit more of a default approach that would have, I think, made Marsborne a little bit easier to approach. That being said, it's a little too late to do anything about that now.
Yeah, and I think to boot for Marsborne, they haven't really had a bad performance on this map over the last 3 months. So it's continuing to be tough for Might, no question. All right, a little bit of spam for Grizz towards that smoke. This time Marsborne not playing many players towards long and might able to take that space for free. Late smoke going to get tossed for the corner. Again, that's not a perfect smoke. So Grizz has to be careful as he peers around here, but it does isolate the fight to one angle, I guess. Wolfie connects on the shot there. Snake spotted out in the lower tunnels, throws the Molotov up, which will make life difficult for the cat players, but here's Grizz waiting, and he lines him up and knocks him down. 3K for Grizz already, could get a fourth here, re-smokes, gets Binox down to 42, and then finds him through the smoke. It's all Grizz here, and then the other that's Viz, will cap off the round.
Yeah, it's good work. It's exactly the type of Marsborne that we were hoping to see. Grizz playing with confidence in front of that smoke. That's a play you don't make when it's 5-6, but it's certainly one that you're willing to when it's 9-2 now. I love it. This is the type of flair that Marsborne is capable of that we didn't get to see basically at all until this point.
Okay. Looked like it was going to be another domination from Marsborne, but a few frags back from Might makes this interesting at the very least. Still DJ very low at 22 HP. Chop waiting at mid. Oh no! DJ disconnects! What a horrible time for that to happen! Snake's the last one standing in a 1v2. Throws the Molotov to keep hope alive. Then the smoke afterwards, but oh goodness me. Last round of a half and you lose a player from a disconnect.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost like just when it rains, it pours.
Yeah.
I guess positive signs is that he does have the bomb. Snakes can make his way out. Oh, Grizz. Not spotted. Start the timer ticking on this one. Kits for both. On to long and hope that can isolate. The problem is there's two smokes. So Marsborne have just the tools to make this so hard.
Yeah. And it's not planted on the... Is it planted on the box actually? It might be.
Yeah, it was.
Okay. So he's okay. Maybe he can still win this. That's a great smoke. That's a perfect smoke. This round's over. It will be 10-9 in favor of Marsborne. Snakes gets a frag. Maybe thought it might have been the diffuser, but it wasn't. And Marsborne have an 8-round lead heading into the second half.
Yeah, I don't know if there's too much to say off the back of that half, but I do think that you got to give credit to Marsborne with regards to like everybody having a good game, everybody showing up. Even what I think was actually a pretty shaky op half from Wolfie. He had some highlights in there too, but like some big missed opportunities that probably would be pretty significant talking points if it weren't for the fact that everyone else had just such an incredible performance. Then leaves Might with almost nothing. Jared having a stinker, Beanox, it's not much better, and yeah, I think it's probably not even worth continuing to have that conversation.
Yeah. No, it's been tough for Binox. Pretty much every single map. The first one was good on Inferno, but that wasn't a losing effort. But since that point, yeah, we haven't seen much from him. And then on the other side, it's been up and down for a lot of these players from Marsborne, but overall, they've been fairly solid across the board. You could argue Viz has had a very tough series, but I mean, he looked good when he was tested here on Dust 2. MOTM, 14 frags, Grizz at 10. This is exactly what you want to see from this Marsborne squad. I do agree, though, Wolfie a little shaky on the op, not just here, but throughout all three maps. Let's say Wolfie's had his shaky moments. But I think that the rifles have been telling the story for Marsborne rather than the AWP.
Yeah, and he's had some good moments as well. It's not just shakiness. There's been, especially on Train, some big ones there. I think you were the one that brought it up. Wolfie does love himself some Train. I think that's that might be the best map, like statistically for him.
It is, yeah.
So we'll see what the pistol round brings. It goes without saying, but I'll mention it. They need it, and they need it bad.
Well, this is where they've been good. There's one thing we want to highlight. Going into this one on Dust 2, they've won 58.3% of their pistol rounds. Obviously, that stat decreased a little bit, having lost that previous one. But they want to try and get it right back to where it was here. Nice flash is thrown by Marsborne. They get a frag in response. The follow-up, I think the third's going to come soon too. Yeah, Jared has to fade away because they are just barreling down in his direction. These Glocks become more and more lethal the closer they get. And they will charge through. Oh, whoa, DJ, okay. Holds the fort here with 2. And a third. What? Look, that's the second time, Vincent, we've seen a pistol round, where it looks really good for Marsborne in the early going, and they might just get a crazy individual effort.
Yeah, and listen, this one, it's not so much about Marsborne dropping the ball. It's DJ with a ridiculous couple of shots.
Yeah.
I thought for a moment it was actually Jared that connected that first one, but it was DJ, and he hit some nice stunners, first on the guy towards car, but then also on the ramp. Saves them, and saves them big. Marsborne nowhere, instead of on their way to a opening victory here in Thunderpick in A. Still seems like they're on their way, but it's going to be a slower crawl.
This doesn't look too bad for Marsborne, given the buy-up. All the 4 pistols heading down Cat. Noinks towards Long. Maybe they can funnel their way towards the bomb site and get a plant here. He's going to try and stop that with the incendiary, which will delay them a moment. Looks like a plant should come through here if they play their cards right. And there you go. Grizz just trying to stick that on the dirt, and does, even though he loses everyone around him. The bomb plant's all they wanted.
That's all that really mattered. Realistically, you're not necessarily worried about anything else. Marsborne now going to be able to put Mike to the test as early as possible. Plenty of cash for all the AKs, for all the utility too. This fast. Themselves a ton of space at Catwalk. No resistance posted. Good utility to start to claw themselves back. Nottingham almost claims an opener.
Nice nade.
That nade's going to make it even worse.
They're readjusting now off of that initial Cat hit, going towards mid. Snakes does get one, traded out immediately. Could gain a little bit of valuable time for Noise to get back in here. DJ, though, over at scaffolding, only gets one as well. Wolfie, oh my god, Noise. Just balls to the wall, charging in towards the crosshair of Wolfie. Jared gets the trade, but this is not looking good for Mike.
No, I mean, sort of locked out, but they don't have the manpower to, allow somebody to actually watch towards that. I mean, that's tragic for Jared. Feels like he probably shouldn't have been burning there, but does anyway. Job gets confirmation on another one. How about another smoke in your face at door? And I know Beanox is coming, but he's on 8 HP. These kits mean it's possible, it's viable. But reality seems to be telling a whole different story. Viz just tucked. Chop gonna take the first contact. Whether that be towards tunnels or towards the other side is Chop in a 1v1, but Beanox low HP, and Chop just puts him down. Closer that we've been teeing up the whole time, arriving on Dust 2 to put Marsborne up at 11.
And now, mates, they're going to force down to the finish line here. They realize what's at stake. A 7-round lead gain for Marsborne. They cannot afford to go for an eco. The path back would be too difficult. So they need a round right now. Loss bonus should be decent. but they don't care about that. As mentioned, a round victory must come through. Binox, waiting at mid. Yeah, go ahead.
Clues Binox on a glass cannon as well.
Yeah.
Got no armor to back this up.
Oh. That's a good trade at the very least. Coming through from Chop. 4v4, Marsborne. Looking in towards that A side. They know there's Deagle there, so perhaps they deviate their attention that direction. But Jared, interesting move. They throw the M4 over very quickly. That's off of Binox's body. So Jared showed Deagle, but now has rifle in his hands.
I still got to find a way to split these resources accordingly. Settled up. Ready for this A attack. 3 on catwalk, and Jared's the one looking towards long. There's a late lurk in that direction. That's in the form of Grizz. Yoink's the first to make contact. Very nice placement and great flashbangs as well. Jared gonna win the fight at long. Wolfie hits his, and the bomb gets planted, but in the process, they lose the majority.
No, not planting it.
No, you're right. Didn't stick it. A little bit too scared to make that commitment. Late return as well for Snakes, but I don't think that'll matter with Jared and Yoink's having so much success.
Look, I mean, this was a chance for Marsborne to shut the door in Mike's face, but Mike jammed their foot into it and prevent Marsborne from getting that 12th round victory. A little bit of hesitation, right? I'm as surprised as you that the bomb wasn't planted in that situation, because it felt like they should have had it down to dirt, but instead they pull off of it, trying to take a fight, and those precious seconds are very valuable to Mike, who are able to, as soon as the bomb is planted afterwards, make it only one player standing for Marsborne. And I mean, the round was done at that point. Not to mention, they got a round victory at a critical juncture because there wasn't much money available for Marsborne on their loss bonus, nor in their bank accounts as that round ended. So, a bit of a tag there by Wolfie, who did invest into that scout, still above the 2K mark.
They're going to comfortably be able to buy next round regardless.
Yeah, should be fine.
Not a lot to work with here. Marsborne have smoke and a flash. What are they cooking? It feels like more mid to B utility, but they are taking cat right now. Might be the perfect timing if they can speed things up.
This is the same situation we had a couple of rounds ago when it was just the pistols coming through from Marsborne. This time they've got a little bit more going for them. Upgraded pistols and the scout. And I feel like they're going to get in the sight again. Binox has to hit some shots. Does get Wolfie, so that's the scout gone, but a great flashbang, and there's a bomb plant, just like that.
Yeah, there's that one flash. I mean, that is literally all it took. No utility. Kind of doesn't give Mike the early warning signs. How is no one killed there?
I thought that was a Colat.
That's what I thought, but actually no kills, and Grizz is grabbing the scout. Hold on a moment. Might be another shot. Yoinks is saving the day. Grizz now alone. I think we're going to put this one to bed. Even hits a dink, but might stay in this thing. Slowly but surely, they take one step after another.
And that's 2 rounds in a row, though, getting a bomb plant here on the Marsborne side, and that one's an eco, so that bolsters their buy-up even more. They'll be very comfortable with the util now. Might on the other side, struggling. That shot from Binox felt like it should have connected, but it didn't, so I guess CS2? I don't know what else to say about that one. Didn't feel like he was moving that much either. Anyway. Still a 5-round lead for Marsborne. Might are the ones who are under pressure here to deliver.
Yeah, and now Marsborne have another buy round too, so tack on the additional difficulties for round 18. Sticking around maybe a little too long. Takes a ton of damage. First to the nade, and then follows that up with a couple ticks of the Molotov. Successfully bleeding the cat player dry of utility. Marsborne in the first 40 seconds of this round.
That's a good shot from Wolfie, though. I mean, an opener found towards mid that forces Mike to rotate some attention in that direction. There are the two smokes being thrown, one for B side mid, the other one for CT. And in the meantime, Grizz collects towards long, doesn't expect the second player though, but that may not even matter because Chop on the other side takes care of DJ. Now a 4v2. Noinks making an argument for this round at the very least. Continuing to creep up long, and there's a nade connecting as well. HP is really low for Marsborne. This round's not over. Snake's charging up. I don't know.
I was gonna say Chop should have the finishing touches
there we go.
on that
yeah.
one. I mean, as soon as that smoke fades, he should have the freebie. He does end up picking it up, although
He's
it's
so
not all
lucky
that.
though.
Yeah,
He
not
had
all that
such
pretty.
low health. He survives with 1 HP, and he got turned on. Oh yeah.
Yeah, not the way that they would have wanted to do it, but it does start and then end on the right foot. Hopefully that opening pick. Things go from bad to worse for Might. At least last round they had a pretty convincing buy across the board. This time they have an op. They have a couple of rifles. 2 players without. And it's a large amount of utility that's missing.
Okay. Great aggression from Mike. They get 3. No response at all from Marsborne. How indeed, Vincent? I don't understand how they just melt away like that, but they do. Look at the space gain from Might as well. They're getting all the map control. I feel like this one's already over.
I just feel like I don't understand how Viz is exposed there. I don't understand how Modem isn't taking the next contact. And I mean, I understand the positioning is such that could happen, but probably just shouldn't be that way. Regardless, life comes at you fast, and Marsborne can't respond. Trying to work their way up Cowlick here. I mean, lots of util to make this happen. They got to best Beanox first, and that's not going to happen. Chop will use the utility. Try and climb across, and it won't even begin there. I mean, Marsborne are really struggling to close this thing out.
They're making it difficult on themselves. No question. I mean, we had a 10-2 half in their favor. Finally got the 11th on the board, and you're like, okay, are they going to sail to the finish line? But no, Might just keep hanging in there. Hanging around. 5 rounds required in a row for Might in order to get overtime. That means they can't make many mistakes, or perhaps any at all.
Yeah, I think that's the upside for Marsborne. I feel like I'm not looking at what are the more convincing Marsborns I've seen, but they just got a lot of time. I just don't feel like was prepared to fight. Couldn't believe his eyes. DJ gonna force them back for a trade from Grizz, and now they've got to attack at the same time. Snake's exposed, and Marsborne get beat. 4-on-2. This one should be the one. This one should be the final nail in the coffin.
Yeah, I don't see them coming back from this. 4v2, bomb planted B. Modem waiting in mid, but Binox actually does get one. Nade sails through. They have a lot of util. That's the only advantage. Oh, what a re-peek from Viz towards mid. They weren't expecting that at all on the flank. That should do it, and it does. Wolfie gets the last. I think Grizz had enough at the beginning of this round. He's like, guys, let's just win this. He just gets aggressive towards that B side, gets the first, and then swings around aggressively for the second as well. And it is 13-7 for Marsborne. They win their first group stage match.
Yeah, not exactly a convincing outcome in general for Marsborne, but, you know, they were set to win that one. They do win it, and, you know, the box score I don't think looks very nice for them, but it does end with a victory. And if it's just the group stage, right, you know, they need to heat up for the playoffs. That's their goal, right, at the very minimum. So I'm not too worried, but I'm also not loving exactly the way Marsborne were playing out tonight.
No, I agree with you. I think it was not their best performance at all, given what we've seen in recent events and everything from them, but they still get the W across the finish line. Look, every team has their off days. This is absolutely one of them for Marsborne. On the other side, Mike was capitalizing on the mistakes time and time again. They were close on the first 2 maps. Train was great for them. It's just Dust 2 was too much of a collapse on their T side for them to recover from. I mean, 10-2 on any map is difficult, and on Dust 2 it's even harder, and they can't get it done. So that's tough. I think that we maybe underestimated Might a little bit, let's say, at the beginning of this BO3. Maybe it was more me than you, actually, Vincent, because I honestly didn't expect them to come out and even get a map in this series. But they do, and perhaps they'll be more competitive going into this next stage of the groups.
Yeah, I mean, that's the hope. I think we saw some good stuff from Mike there, certainly. That being said, you know, unfortunately, I think that the biggest moments there, we kind of saw some letdowns as well. Regardless, I'm going to, I think, call this one, at least for our first best of three. We got a whole nother best of three coming up. It's Party Astronauts and Lag. And probably about 10 minutes break. We're right up to our start time for that one. So stick around. We'll see you in just a few.
He's going to force the kill in the last second. Right to the smoke. Look at him go.
get this party back underway. We had a pretty good first series of our day, opening actually of Thunderpick North America Series 2, in fact. And now we move along to LAG. Going up against the Party Astronauts. This is going to be an exciting one. I'm excited. I think this is the marquee matchup, to be honest with you, JRT.
Yeah, honestly, it's interesting to see, this Party Astronauts roster growing and, trying to find their footing with 2 new additions coming through here. And then on the other side, you have Life's a Game, or LAG, who have been fairly strong in some of their engagements. Like, they did just push Marsborne to 3 maps. And I mean, Marsborne were actually looking really good at Philadelphia, so that was impressive from LAG. And I happened to catch them against Derpy Diamond dudes, and that was a very close series as well, up against an advanced competitor. So I don't know. I mean, like in the past, I think that these two faced off. Yeah, they did at EPL season 22 qualifiers, and they got an absolute. They thrashed PA, like they destroyed them 13-4 and 13-7. But I feel like that might change here as Party Astronauts have had some more time to practice.
Yeah, listen, I think that, Ben Leet's rosters, they improve significantly with a little bit more time. He's a guy that typically does need a little bit of the early time to get things set up and start to build. And, I mean, that's a reasonable ask. I don't think anyone would say that that's an unreasonable thing to expect at the very least. And, here's the other thing. Right, Party Astronauts still has some pretty fun pieces, pretty interesting pieces at the very minimum. Maybe let's step into talking about PA to start this thing off, because I do think they come in still the underdogs, but you're going to see some familiar faces to join the fray. Cameron, fresh off of his long stint with Akimbo, he had some time off and he's come back into this team. I'm excited to see Cameron with a team that's not that Akimbo roster. I feel like he brought a lot of interesting ideas to that team, but also that was a team that like really didn't practice, like didn't have a lot. Like that's not necessarily usually going to be the case with the team like Party Astronauts. So I'm excited to kind of see that, and continuing to see OG Wizard play is a beautiful thing to see, because he actually ironically came to be known on LAG, but things have changed, and that was over a year ago at this point. So I'm excited to see kind of how Ben Leet can help develop this young guy in OG Wizard on the AWP.
Yeah, OG Wizard's honestly like the player to watch every time the Party Astronauts play, and he's impressed me. I think he's one of those up and coming oppers that could really start to find his form and maybe crack through to that tier 2 or tier 1.5 space in North America. And then the other addition that we can't forget about is Austin, who's known for his YouTube videos and all the smokes and utility and flashes that he deploys and shows people how to utilize. So I think that, obviously he's been a player before that. He played throughout Counter-Strike Global Offensive starting in 2021, all the way to 2023 with Detonate, and in CS2 has played with Wicked, but most notably with Mythic for almost a year, right? He was with that squad. And I think he wanted to take a step in a more serious direction with a competitive team, so he's joined up with the Party Astronauts to try and do exactly that, and it should be interesting. I think if anything, it bolsters their utility immensely.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think it's more than that, right? Like, I think Austin's a really intelligent guy when it comes to like how I've had conversations with him, like talking about the game and how he approaches things. So I'm in agreement. I think that he was looking for something a little bit more serious, and I think that he's potentially found that. I don't know if this is like a super long-term thing, but that's kind of the vibes that I'm getting from that. So I think the final member that we haven't kind of touched on is Sacrifice, who's got a lot of experience. I can't recall when who he was with last, but it's been a little bit since I've seen him on a high level team, and I say high level ECL caliber team like Party Astronauts, but he has experience here. He's been here in the past and absolutely has been a capable piece of this PA team. Let's talk about LAG though. Let's go to the other side of this one, because I think this is the team to talk about more with regard to who the favorites are in this one. I love me a Brett-led team. I've gotten to talk to Brett and watch Brett for a very long time, and I think that he is proven time after time that he is able to build a team up into a team that's capable of taking wins from just about anyone. He's done it before, and it seems like he's done it again, taking Mason from a guy that had a lot of promise, but I don't think I was particularly super excited about. To a guy that is top of the table a lot of times, and is continuously showing up. And what was this core as well in Vagrants, right? Where like the Mason Sandman combo, I think was like decent, but it wasn't blowing anyone away. To now, I feel like that combined with Wolf for an upgrade in firepower and with Consti, this is a team that's got a lot to love.
I agree. I mean, Consti's been fantastic for quite some time. One of those players that often gets overlooked in North America, because there's so many other stars that are playing right now. But I say that, but the AWP is a position where we don't necessarily have as much impact as we'd like here in NA. And I think that Consti brings that to the table. And you have Wolf as well. I was always disappointed with the way Wolf was handled there on that Blue Jays roster. I thought he was very impressive. He was actually at the top, similar to Minus on Marsborne. He was one of their best players. And they're like, well, no. You're cut. So it was a tough situation overall, and the Blue Jays are an entirely different team now, so it's not really that relevant. But at the same time, Wolf is a good player. He's a great player even, and I think he really does boost this lag squad and bring them to a level that could be even more competitive against some of the top competitors in North America. So I'm excited to continue watching them.
Yeah, and listen, I think that you were kind of alluding to it, but Lag at Frag, they showed themselves to be a very competent team. They pulled off what I would consider like to be about where I expected them to land. The problem is that they had a really tough group. If I'm not mistaken, I think they had Marsborne and NRG in their group.
They did, yeah.
Yeah, so like that, I mean, that is just a real tough draw, to be honest with you, in a main event for Frag. So I think that they played close against Marsborne twice. I know one of those was a 2-0, but it was close maps, an overtime affair in that 2-0, and then they took them to 3 the second time around. So I think that Lag on an upswing, looking like they are a team that can compete. So I'm excited to see what they have tonight. This is definitely a beatable team in Party Astronauts.
Oh, yeah, no question. I would even give the advantage to Lag quite significantly, given the way they played. I mean, you talked about it in Philadelphia, but the EPL Pro League qualifiers, they were fantastic there too. Ended up going up against Getting Info, but that was a 3-map series. They lost it. Then against LycusEmpire, won 2-0, very convincingly there. And Blue Jays was a very, very tough matchup. Both maps going 24 plus rounds, 13-11 loss on Inferno, then the 16-14 loss on Nuke. But let's talk about the maps now here, Vincent. I think we want to get through those quickly as possible. It looks like we're going to get started very soon. And we might have a stand-in today as well.
Yeah,
just seeing that. Oh, no cons.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. We'll talk about that in a moment. Let's focus in on the
maps.
veto for just a moment. I think that this is going to be an interesting one, to be honest. I feel like Ben Lee's super comfortable on this Inferno pick. So I'm interested to kind of see how that goes, but it's been a good map for Lag as a whole. BA starting to kind of make some adjustments. They haven't had a ton of time as a team, but the fact that they're looking to move into Nuke, that's a spot we haven't seen them before. I was going to surmise that maybe that has something to do with Overpass, but Overpass is our decider, so that's not the case. I feel like Lag still definitely advantaged with regard to this veto, but by how much, I really don't know.
I'm not sure at all now because Consti is out. And Andrew is in. I honestly can't get over that. Like their best player, the best rated player over the last 3 months is not going to be playing with them. So I think that changes a lot of stuff. But yeah, either way, I think it's going to be interesting to see the Party Astronauts bringing Nuke to the table. It's going to be great if we go to a third map of Overpass. I have not been able to cast that map for quite some time. It's one of my favorites, Vincent. So that's going to be cool if we get to that point. But yeah, I'm trying to wrap my head around what's going to happen here with Lag. I'm assuming Andrew is an opper that's going to come through here to replace Consti, but that's, a big piece.
Yeah, it's a tough one.
Yeah.
I was trying to go back and look. He's not popping up for me, but Andrew's a guy that's definitely been around, top of advanced, and I think he had like 2 or 3 seasons in ECL. If I'm not mistaken, he was with that like Soul Goat team. And at one point, this is like over a year and a half ago at this point. But yeah, he's definitely an experienced guy. There is like 4 Andrews/Drews in the NA scene, so yeah. I could be mistaken on which one I'm referring to, but regardless, he has opted in the past. Again, I was just going to look to see kind of like what his more recent like time has been within the space, but I can't find him. So I don't know. I feel like this is a little bit tough.
I think it was In Control and Perseverance Gaming, if that sounds familiar to you. From what I'm finding, I believe I found the right Andrew, not mistaken. But yeah, we're suffice to say, he's been. If he's the guy we're thinking of, he's been at the upper tiers of advanced and could be competitive here up against this Party Astronaut squad, which is formed of a few advanced players itself. So I mean, I just feel like not having Consti could be a big difference. I don't know if this is a permanent thing or if it's just that Consti wasn't available tonight. But if it's a more permanent change, then I would love to know why.
It feels like it's probably not on the permanent side. I mean, that's kind of the vibes that I'm getting on the back of that one. I don't know. I think that certainly throws a huge wrench into the equation. Right. I expect to see Andrew perform fine. But I think that Consti has an it factor that's just hard to replace. And obviously, when you're talking about putting in a piece that you haven't been working with, that potential goes down pretty significantly, especially with a team like Lag, where I wouldn't say that Brett is the most I wouldn't describe Brett as somebody who has like the most crazy like strategies or anything like that, but I would consider that Lag definitely going to have some trouble just like plugging in a piece such short notice.
Yeah, no question. It's going to be difficult. I still feel like we have to give Lag an advantage in this BO3, just given the way they've played over the last little bit. And the fact is they still have some strong riflers in the mix there. In terms of, you already like hyped him up. Mason's been really good. Sandman also looking pretty solid. And Wolf as well has been a great piece that they've added to the roster. So, not all hope is lost here for Lag, but it does open the door for the Party Astronauts to potentially strike and make this BO3 interesting. And Inferno in particular, Lag's pick, a map that has been fairly good for them, right? 5-3 over the last 3 months. You're looking at a 2-game win streak, Marsborne being one of their victims there. Derpy Diamond dudes as well, 13-11 win on that one. And every other series, even if it's a loss, it have been very tightly, they've won most of their series here on Inferno, but the losses have been tightly contested aside from one. But the most recent ones, Marsborne and Blue Jays, double OT against Marsborne, losing 17-19, and then the full 24 against the Blue Jays, losing 11-13. So this is a Lag squad that is absolutely comfortable on Inferno. You already talked about it. Ben Lee doesn't mind playing here either, so I think it's going to be interesting. Although on a map like Inferno, your opper isn't as important. So I feel like there's definitely, that in the back of their minds for Lag, right? Picking into it, even though they like picking Inferno anyway. I'm just saying that they don't have to rely on their opera as much. Yeah, no,
I mean, that's a fair point to make. I think overall, though, if we want to kind of talk about the general like statement of where this is at, I would agree with you. Lag probably still the favorites in some form or fashion, but man, this is a tall task in comparison to what it was before with Party Astronauts and especially with the veto, right? Nuke is definitely a question mark, but they aren't going to be picking into Nuke without having something prepared, even though, I know it's not a map we've seen from PA as of recent, but they haven't had all that many games, changes coming off the back of the player break. So we'll get into the game, but we're going to be paused immediately as Wolf, unfortunately, has dropped from the server.
Wolf briefly deviating from the pack here. He'll jump right back into it soon, we'd imagine. Technical timeout called as soon as we get into the server. But there he is. Wolf's back. No problems. We'll be ready to go here in just a moment, as I think they're going to make sure everything's okay money-wise. It should be, as it's the beginning of the map. I think all eyes on Andrew at this point to see what he's going to be able to do.
Yeah, I was just doing some looking back, and yeah, I it is the Andrew that I'm thinking of. At least I'm 90% sure, and that is who I saw back in the day, like make ECL with X13, was on Limitless before, and certainly has had some high tier experience. He was actually on that Without Warning squad for a little bit in 2023. That was making waves, but haven't seen him since the in control stint I think you were referring to back in November of last year. So, which usually means that he's probably been playing advanced. So I would anticipate that.
Wolf's gone again.
Yeah, some network issues, it looks like.
Hopefully we'll get them resolved shortly. But yeah, I wish Andrew had the more defining factor to his name. Something that we could, because there's so many Andrews, like you said, like just add an X or something, or 1K or 3K, I don't know, so that we know which Andrew he is. I'm sure he can be more creative than that.
Hey, careful what you wish for.
What? Why?
1K or 3K? Yeah, okay.
I don't know. Just something, you know?
Listen, I was going to say, shout out to that X13 team I was talking about when they made ECL. He was with another Andrew. It was with Drew the Shrew. So.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
But see, Drew the Shrew, that's memorable. You're not going to forget that. I love that name.
This is true. Drew the Shrew, great guy. I think he's got like kids now.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, he moved away from competition.
Yeah.
Started a family.
Fair enough. Counter-Strike game for the faint of heart, or for the long term if you're if you're in that position. Unfortunately, sometimes.
Yeah.
It looks like we've got him back. We just need a reset to get everything settled back in, I believe. I was kind of talking about before, and I'll maybe bring it up again while we have a second. I'm kind of excited to see Cameron outside of that Akimbo team. Not because I think that he wasn't a good part of the Akimbo team. I just think that it probably was pretty tough for him to play on that team. Because my understanding now is that they, like, sort of the language barrier was pretty significant. They were speaking Mongolian a lot. You know, and basically in, like, if Cameron was dead, like, they'd be speaking Mongolian, and like I just imagine the communication situation was pretty difficult in that. Laxi, in an interview that he did with Jeff over at Dust 2, was talking about like the way that the communication worked in that Akimbo team, and I always kind of had those questions. And when I saw them at LAN, like he was the emotional leader of that team, but it had to be kind of weird considering there was a lot of communication that like he definitely wasn't privy to.
Yeah.
So I'm excited to kind of see how he's going to work. Cameron's kind of like a workhorse for me, like with regard to how he's willing to play. You know, he is willing and capable of, if you tell him to run at a brick wall, like he would definitely do it.
Well, hopefully for a reason anyway. But yeah, no, he's a solid guy. I watched him throughout that Akimbo, his time on Akimbo throughout that almost a year now, and I think that he was able to contribute a lot to that squad. But I agree with you, like between the language barrier and the way Akimbo played, which was oftentimes just hold W and push forward, I think he's better off being on a squad, you know, like the Party Astronauts, with an intelligent leader of Ben Leet and a veteran in the scene, and be able to build himself up more. That's why this team, this Party Astronaut squad, being a bunch of young guys again, is actually really exciting. And I think it's maybe not right away, but eventually will be one to watch out for.
Yeah, particularly when you have somebody, you know, you have talking about like the younger pieces to this team. Right, you have some of those older pieces too, and I know Sacrifice isn't particularly old, but he's really experienced with regard to like the last 2 or 3 years. Funny enough, I actually spent some time with Brett over in Fluffy Amers.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, you tack on like some less experienced and more experienced pieces to this. Thinking OG Wizard on the less experienced side, and it makes for a very interesting team makeup. Poor Wolf is on the struggle bus right now.
Yeah. Something not working with his PC.
I think he had a restart in there already, and that hasn't seemed to resolve it. So what we're going to do is we're going to wait for Wolf to get this figured out. Whilst we do, we're going to hit a quick break. So stick around. We will be back as soon as we can get this game underway. Alrighty, thank you for your patience. Not that I gave you a choice, but we appreciate it nonetheless. It is time to get rolling. Wolf is back in the server. Something doesn't add up. Your coach is in the server.
Wait, what?
But Wolf is also here, but also Andrew's here.
Sandman's gone.
Yeah, he is. Anyway,
what is happening?
yeah, there's a lot to take in, but either way, LAG do get themselves up onto the B site. Couple injuries, one to Mason, one to Wolf, and will be making their way back in from that. Cameron in a great spot on the flank. That's going to get isolated and a little bit of a peek. See, and towards one man. Mason puts him to bed, and now hold on a moment. You see what I see? The Sandman in the feed?
Yeah.
I guess this might be a technical issue on our side, maybe. I'm getting the feeling that that's not actually Oreo, who is the LAG coach, if you weren't aware.
Let's assume it's Sandman for now, because he was here before, right? So I
Correct.
doubt he would just suddenly disappear. Yeah, he's in the game. Like, we see him right in front of us, right in front of Andrew. So Sandman is in the server. Don't worry, guys. We'll get that fixed as soon as possible. But Oreo is the coach, and it must have been when they connected or something along those lines because of the technical issues Wolf was having. Anyway, that is a beautiful volley of nades. Look at the damage done. Party Astronaut's going to get chewed apart by Sandman, who's got the 4K, and Andrew, the last.
Yeah, we'll take 4 kills on the back 10, please, for round 2. That's a massive amount of damage that's been done and been money that's been built up for Sandman. Take that all the way down. PA, what's not necessarily ideal. Cameron, in order to get out all the bells and whistles for utility, has just gone for a UMP. Austin's on a FAMAS as well, which is in order to get full utility.
Oh, look at this. Oh, I was going to say Sandman getting really aggressive down Banana, but Austin immediately shuts him down. No space going to be gained there. Meantime, Andrew and the rest of the squad going in towards his apartments.
Yeah, not a lot of choices to like fall back or make a recommitment elsewhere. Mason's just going to toss a little bit of utility here in order to try and fake as if there's still someone at Banana. But as you and I can see, that's really not true. All of that's a bit of a ruse. 3-man strong for PA on the A-bomb site proper. And there's a sort of half rotation in the form of Austin. He's not fully committed to A, but he's also pretty close.
45 seconds left on the clock here. Party Astronauts, 3 players towards A. 1, Austin. Thought he might come and support here, but a good fake being executed there towards the B site by Mason. Brett gets the shot on, but can't find the frag. Andrew will. So they continue funneling in from Arch side. This is going to be a lot of pressure on the A players, and Cameron's already low. So is Austin. See if they can survive. Cameron gets one with the UMP and only one. Beautiful trade from Mason, jumping down from the apartments. Bomb goes down. Austin spamming away with the FAMAS, but it feels like Ben already wants to go for the save, and that is exactly the call that'll be made. So the Party Astronauts unable to hold off. Life's a game.
Yeah, well, that round didn't exactly start off on the right foot. Sandman goes down immediately. It's Austin on the extremity. That's towards Banana, and Sandman's the only one who's really there to fake as if there's any sort of Banana control after the first 30 seconds. Seems like LAG doesn't really bother them. Actually, really intelligent move by Brett, who finds cover inside of Arch itself. Allows for Andrew to get that kill towards the Arch side and picks up the frag, pushes the envelope towards A, and converts the first 2 rounds, and the follow-up, the first gun round, is theirs.
All right. Lag. We touted them as a team that would be strong here. And I mean, look, not having your primary opper might be a bit of an issue, but they did get the next best thing in Andrew, given the experience he's had. And he's just been a free agent for quite some time, since late last year. So we'll see. Again, just probably a sub situation at this point. But if not, well, we can talk about it more then. Anyway, so Mason just going to walk out to top banana and delete Sacrifice in Austin. That's the round over.
Dude, I gotta say, man, I was so impressed with Mason at Frag. I got to watch some of his games actually on stage. He had a game. There was a game against Marsborne. There was Lag Marsborne, one of those two. I can't remember which one, but man, Mason had a fantastic game there. And like I said, I've actually watched Mason for quite a while. I actually casted him at Frag Miami last year. You know, and I think that he's had potential the whole time. But seeing the previous iteration of this team that was Vagrants with him, I felt like it wasn't necessarily. I wasn't necessarily excited. But the more I see this iteration with Brett under Lag, man, I just am a bigger and bigger fan of what he's been able to do. And some of the moments like that one right there, just, I mean, it blows me away.
No question. No, I'm with you. I really like this squad. They've really impressed me since they got picked up by Lag. And I couldn't agree with you more. I'm glad to see Brett, you know, building up a team again. I remember him way back to his third Impact days when he was part of that core. And they were trying to pull it together, but he's hung around. He's kept himself relevant as an IGL now. And helped his team get off to a 4-0 lead. On the other side for the Party Astronauts, they've got their buy-up finally in the Op and OG Wizards' hands. Which I think will probably be more impactful on our last two maps of Nuke and Overpass if we get there. As those two are a little more favorable for the AWP. That said, look at Lag go. They are wrapping around towards this A site, but they lose the first two bodies. Cameron and OG Wizard find the frags. They're standing up on their heads pretty much to deliver these time and time again. And Cameron through the smoke finds Brett. There's only two players surrounded by 5, and they've done it almost all by themselves. OG Wizard down to 18 HP. Mason trying to spam through the smoke and find him, but this is a very difficult ask for Mason.
I mean, it's going to have to be an ace clutch. Oh, here's him coming. I mean, he's got the bomb.
Yeah.
There's a world where this is viable. It's not necessarily the world we live in yet, but he's just sprinting. PA, they aren't making the commitment off the back of this. They're going to give him a bomb plant. He's got a smoke. He's got a flash. This got so much more doable right now.
Oh, wow. Yeah, it went from very difficult 1v3 to clutch possibly. On the cards for Mason. He fakes the plant to try and see if anyone's nearby. No one bites if they were, but of course we know no one's here, at least not for the time being. There's the flashbang toss. But Mason's committing himself towards banana.
Yeah, no one's there.
Yeah.
This is interesting. It's not particularly planted for banana either. That smoke's kind of complicate matters. But nobody's gone back all. This is dangerous. Mason might go untouched. Unknown, unseen. Mason grabs one to tap the shot. And Bentley finally going to put the finishing touches on that one. Ooh, that got scary. Mason up to a 9-1 start and a near 1v4 or 1v5 ace clutch.
I mean, the bonus round almost successful there for Life's a Game. Impressive stuff. But it won't happen. Now they've got the AKs across the board, 4 of them, with the AWP in the mix. And yeah, that actually got really, really interesting. Mason, I felt like he had it as soon as he slips away again and doesn't really take any damage at all. Once he pops around that corner, you figure that he could possibly win that fight against Ben Lee, but Ben just a little bit sharper with his aim. As Life's a Game surrender their first round defeat.
Strong A site hold, that's, you know, part of the equation. That one, LAG uncontested, the top of banana. This is very scary because Bentley's alone. He's got no support whatsoever, and even with all of his contact, it's only now that PA actually starts to rotate that they actually start to, you know, react to this information.
I don't think they're going to be.
I mean, I don't think so either, but that's not the conversation, or not the information that they're giving over to PA.
The bomb is still here, but that will likely change. Andrew, with all that util on his belt, needs to support this push towards the A site, or maybe it's a double fake. Who knows? I mean, life's a game. They do some wild things here on Inferno. OG Wizard shuts down Brett as he's trying to push in towards Bracket. And now it is a double fake. They were trying to convince Party Astronauts they were going towards the A site, but PA doesn't really bite at all. In fact, they're sending even more bodies potentially towards this B site. I thought Cameron for a moment was leaning into CT, but he's a quick rotation away.
Yeah, I mean, nothing LAG has done this round has affected what PA are doing. I think that's the takeaway. Sandman with a nice trade. Finley, not even required. Sacrifice breaks open the smoke, gets another one. Sandman got to scale forward fast. This is no time to do anything but plant this bomb, and they'll get it down, but it's at the end of their rope. Sandman actually gets all 3 kills that LAG picked up this round, but it does not matter. Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, that T side from lag, it's almost like if you were talking to nobody.
Yeah.
You're saying a whole lot, but no one was listening.
Exactly. That's a good analogy. No, yeah, it's they were throwing util everywhere. I think the only time that Party Astronauts actually did listen was at the beginning, where they reinforced the B site while still keeping the A site pretty well defended, with OG Wizards op kind of singing there to prevent Life's a Game from going through. But yeah, after that point, they just held their nerve and said, no, we have a feeling we got a read on you guys, so we're just going to hold our ground. And they were right. 7th round of play, 2 in a row for the Party Astronauts. The bank accounts are starting to run dry here for Life's a Game. They got 4 AKs in the Galil and about half the usual util. They've already disposed a lot of util towards Banana. They're getting control off of it. Okay, now it's not the right read for the Party Astronauts. Maybe. I don't know. There's a couple of smokes that were thrown towards A this time for Life's a Game. Nade connects for a decent chunk of damage.
Yeah, 2 nades, actually. Austin left with a couple of them to bag in there. Dropped at the top of Banana. And, I mean, Mason, Sandman, and Andrew take the brunt of them. Gamble towards A. Was there a moment ago, but sacrifices moved back over to the B bomb site. Austin be joined by him for the moment, drops off an nade. And set up here at Bracket. Cameron the first contact, and he gets his. Again, Sandman with a nice trade, but it is sent out fast.
Oh. Yeah, it's not bad. It's not bad at all for Life's a Game. Getting those trades back in there, it felt like things might just go in favor of the Party Astronauts, but now they have the 2v2 post-plant. HP is really difficult, and there goes their last smoke. Thrown for Moto. A timely one to have, but the Party Astronauts will be charging through. Mason giving away a little bit of audio there. It doesn't really matter. He still gets the one he wasn't even shooting at in Austin. Now finds himself down on the ground, but Wolf is there for the trade, and they win the round. Party Astronauts got a little bit lost on their retake.
I mean, I don't know so much as lag, just kind of get a little bit lucky with that timing.
Yes, true.
It really felt like that could have gone wrong, and it doesn't. And I appreciate, you know, Wolf, the one to make some really active decisions there in the last moment. He's low HP, so instead of waiting that out, he simply takes the fight, especially when Sacrifice puts the Molotov towards the pit. Hoping to catch him off guard, and he does. Wolf closing out what was a pretty troubling round overall. I think the bracket take didn't look exactly perfect, and right now, I feel like this is a tough T side, despite lag being up.
Sandman finds the trade immediately. Ben Leet's got the util out. I don't know if it's going to be enough. No, it's not at all. Sandman runs him down with the Mag-10. That SMG doing wonders for him. Andrew plants the bomb down to dirt. Party Astronauts have to think about a save at this point, but that could tempt them in. OG Wizard gets the shot through the smoke, and now they're thinking about it. Util is pretty decent as well. I feel like they got to give this a crack.
Wolf's got another smoke, though. He's about to refresh a smoke into CT, and that does complicate matters. They're actually going to all reroute instead of that. Go back haul, another late molly. That's game over, or at least it should be. They can't disrespect that molly, surely. Sandman grabs another. He'll finally go down. A triple for Sandman. Cameron's hoping to escape with his life, but Andrew's trying to play denial. OG Wizard will escape with the op. Man, I didn't know that we had booked tickets to the Sandman Mason show, but we're certainly having a good time here.
I mean, you hyped them up, and Mason in particular, before we got started, for good reason. These guys are fairly strong, and we're seeing it now. And we also mentioned the rifles are going to have to be the ones that kind of stand out in this series because you're missing Consti, and that's exactly what we're getting, at least on Inferno. I think Nuke will be a little more difficult for only the rifles to be coming out there, as there's so much space for the ops to take up. But as of right now, Lag are looking as strong as we anticipated them to be.
Yeah, I mean, and also, let's be real, you know, T-side up on Inferno wouldn't really be
exactly.
You know, anything significant to begin with. Poor PA, their money's all sorts of borked right now.
Yeah, they're really in trouble.
Thankfully, OG Wizard does hold on to his ops, so you know, feels like you can put a little bit of trust into him to find some success, but nonetheless, how far can that go?
It's just not looking good for the party astronauts, to put it quite simply. They've had some rough situations not go their way.
You know, the problem that when you say that is, I feel like PA have maybe played the better game right now.
Yeah.
Like, I think they're playing the better Inferno.
What makes you say that?
Mostly the fact that, you know, they've been on the right side for the most part. They've been capable of, you know, making the right calls, and I think the T-side calling really helped by the fact that Mason and Sandman are playing such a damn strong game.
They did lose Sandman here. Brett and Wolf do get a couple back. But you're right. I mean, look, PA's in the right spot again. They're just not able to get the key frags that they need. OG Wizard and Austin, last two standing. Of course, let's not forget this was a half buy from the party astronauts around some saved guns. And they just bail. I mean, there's nothing you can do at this point.
Credit where it's due for Lag. Outside of those individuals, I think their trading's been really, really good.
Mm-hmm.
You know, actually, funny enough, Sandman in particular, like Mason has been really aggressive, but Sandman's been fantastic as like that pack rifler that you really want to be, you know, connecting all the bullets. You know, he's there for every trade required, and that's part of the reason why he's 13-8. See what Austin can do with regard to exits. I'll get them both. Good work from Austin. He slaps the cuffs on him, and the Nade Police is good to go for the next round.
Alrighty then. 7-2 for Lag. 10th round of play. Here come the guns for the party astronauts. OG Wizard has had a couple of moments where that op has been key, but overall hasn't really been able to inflict his will over on Life's a Game. Mostly due to the fact that Life's a Game has been leaning towards B, and he's been postured up towards that A site, trying to catch players at mid. I say that, but Life's a Game have gone to A a couple of times as well. Anyway.
Well, here we go again. Yeah, I think PA starting to learn their lesson. They're not interested in continuing that fight. I love that, actually. The response, it's tragic that Austin gets clipped on the retreat and eats a nade, and it's not exactly ideal, but Brett's got a little bit of timing.
Brett, like you mentioned, may have the timing here. Goes for a pre-fire, but it doesn't come through as he peeks around that corner. Doesn't really commit to the peek at all. I think he's just trying to attract attention. Benleet's in trouble. Benleet's in trouble. Down to 12 HP. He's alive, and he gets the frag as well onto Mason. Spam through the smoke, but it should be a plant. That being said, Brett is also removed from the equation. Now there's the plant, but it's Wolf and Andrew are going to have to do a lot of work here to keep things going, and now it's only Wolf in a 4v1, excuse me. Wolf gets one, but only one. Sacrifice ends the round, and the Party Astronauts finally get a third on the board.
I mean, I just feel like this round comes down entirely to Bentley surviving.
Yes.
Like, he's out in the middle of nowhere, and there's a guy on the left and the right side of Banana. Both of them know that he's there and are somewhat swinging to take that fight. Bentley should have been dead. The fact that he stays alive and then is capable of getting another kill and staying alive again as the smoke pops in CT, I mean, it's just compounding interest from the fact that, you know, he survives the first time.
Well, not to mention that they've relegated Life's a Game down to pistols only, 4 Tech 9s, body armor for everyone, and a P250 to round out the buy. They're trying to go fast here. That's the P250 out first. Sacrifice gets traded immediately, though. That's also an AK available as an upgrade. I don't think Cameron and OG Wiz are going to allow them to touch that AK, though. And you saw that there, Cameron spraying down Sandman as he made a bit of a run for it. That being said, that smoke will allow them to recover the rifle, but they are down a man.
Yeah, they got to give up that space for the time being, but like you said, not necessarily a whole lot off the back of that guarantee. And OG Wizard, multiple swings I thought were coming his way, but he grabs Andrew and dips. And turning into 2 there on his screen, but he gets out in time. Wolf gets across, Mason will trade, and see if Mason can do some sort of heroics. Nope, not gonna happen.
This is a pretty decent recovery here for the Party Astronauts. And you look at them out. I think I hear a timeout being called, perhaps. Lots of typing. And then nothing off of it. Okay. That was really weird. Okay, yeah, there is a timeout. I just realized it wasn't showing up on screen, but this appears to be technical in nature. But what I was going to say was it's a great recovery from the Party Astronauts, especially if they can get a 5th here. It was looking like Lag were just going to run away with this first half, but Ben Leeds surviving in that a couple of rounds ago, keeping himself and his team in the round, allow them to make a conversation of this.
Yeah, I've been really impressed with Party Astronauts' ability to like be on the right side. Like consistently they're at the right location. And even in times where that's not been the case, they've done a really phenomenal job of delay. OG back in the server, and Ben Leap was just holding on to that thing for him. It looks like they're going to take a double op. Oh, no, we're going to get a reset.
I think it's still going to be a double op.
Yeah, that is the case.
They like to run this sometimes. Just Inferno is a surprising map to use double op on, to say the least. But they're going to try to make it work. Obviously, there's not many selections to make, but usually you send one towards B, one into A site, potentially mid.
Yeah, likely to do that. Most of the utility they could want LAG, but are lacking in firepower. There's not a single AK. It's Galil's at best. And a Tech 9 at the worst there on the Wolf side. Looks like not quite figured out whatever the technical issue was there for OG Wizard.
Yeah. Weird. I mean, everything seems to be in order.
Looks can be deceiving.
Indeed. I hear typing. That's a good sign. Go ahead.
A little bit of an absurd, like, what feels like overperformance here from both Mason and Sandman. You know, it's not that they're playing well. That's the surprise. It's how significant of a contrast it is to the rest of the squad. But you know, that's really powered them beyond anything else to the 7, potentially 8 for a scoreline, but 7-5 is the minimum. On to round 12. We get unpaused and we'll get ready and rolling.
Okay, Brett. Whole magazine from that Galil. Punch through the smoke. Making sure no one's up close and personal. Benleet misses the shot with the op. And with that, allows some space to be gained from Life's a Game. They do throw a flash to keep them on notice, and I think they're going to hope to get Benleet out here again. They do, and he clips the arm of Sandman. That's not going to be enough for the frag. Fades off into the distance. Austin going to have to do a lot of work here, all by himself on the site, and he will eventually be flushed out by Brett Scalil. Now Util reigns on forward. Benleet hits. How does he hit that shot? He does die, but that's an insane shot.
When he almost tracks one down through the smoke, Cameron could have grabbed another right there. The HP so very low. Andrew the healthiest at 70. Brett and Sandman barely 50 between the two of them. We'll come back in. Big fight about to go down via Sandman, and actually he's not looking at all the right way. OG Wizard swats it up, and now Andrew is standing in, but he's got to clutch it up. Not a lot of positions that he could be. This is the first and cannot connect. And the second attempt, OG Wizard picks up 2 there on the final cut. We'll be at a 7-5 half indeed. LAG take the lead, but barely.
Yeah, I mean, Bentley, both as the IGL and a fragger in that half, doing a phenomenal job. I can't believe he stays alive with the op as long as he does. Then he swings into a Molotov and hits the shot. I need to watch that again, to be quite honest with you, because I have no idea how he hits that one and then eventually dies. But it makes a difference, right? Because it brings it down to a 3v3, and you saw the amount of health left on all the Life's a Game players. They were very, very low, and it was a pretty easy clean with the amount of util the party astronauts had to deal with that. But you put a 4th player in the mix, and maybe that changes things. So, yeah, great job by Ben over on that B site, as Lag and Party Astronauts are only 2 rounds apart.
Yeah, normally I would say, hey, look, listen, Lag, we're going over to the CT side, like such a preferable situation, you know. But to be honest with you, I just really feel like I said, I feel like PA actually played a better half on that first half, despite being down for the entirety of it. I think that Lag really getting a ton of value out of their individuals going crazy. I think that PA had the right calls most of the time. You know, had a lot of interesting gambles, and even if that didn't work out, they still had kind of a contingency plan. We'll have to see, you know, the rest of the supporting cast that's not Sandman and Mason, I think, step up in the second half if we're going to continue to see Lag in this type of situation.
I mean, the last time these two faced off in Inferno, Lag were very good on their CT side. In fact, they were flawless on T side. They won 5 in a row in the second half, and that was all they needed. But on CT side, they won 8 rounds, and that would be enough, more than enough, for a win here.
Currently walking into that deadly duo that I just teed up. 5 walk into 2, Mason and Sandman. Sandman's got a flash. Can set up Mason beautifully for this. They're all blind so very. So Mason gets his. Sandman goes down, but Brett arrives on the scene. Support has come in, and though Mason will finally fall, Austin and Sacrifice are still low, and they don't know that Brett's still here. Brett still hangs in this one. Wolf takes out the low HP, and Austin will go down soon thereafter. A fantastic hold between Mason and Sandman, and when Wolf arrives, he picks up 2. Brett's delaying a big part of the win as well.
Yeah, that's just really phenomenal from Lag, honestly, like hanging on there. Brett hanging around in that smoke as well. Shadow that would not be spotted. Ends up not being really needed, but absolutely could have had an impact towards the tail end of that round. And Lag get the pistol and are quickly restoring their 3-round lead. That being said, bomb plant through, which means party astronauts are going to force up. They got 3 Galils, a Tech 9, and the Mac 10.
It's a really strong force. Only sort of concession and trouble is the lack of utility. That double nade, well, it does a lot. Not quite as much as I thought. Now Mason is really alone. He was still in the utility to support Sandman there, but the problem was that PA were behind the half wall, so none of the flashes were really successful.
Yeah, and I think given the way Sandman played that, UMP's not the best. Like, that's better for mid-range. If you're going to go for a close-range fight, you might as well just stick to the MP9. But anyway, Mason trying to retake that space, gets one. He's got the support, but Bentley with 3 from the Tech 9. Oh, the IGL for the Party Astronauts is absolutely on fire here on Inferno. And he helps his team pull it back and get a 6 on the board, barring a crazy clutch from Wolf, but he's just too far away. This one's far too far gone.
I mean, it's really just about the positioning. I think Ben was the one who was tucked in trash, I think is usually what I would call it. You know, the deep cubby, that's not sandbag there. And I think that's the surprise factor for Lag. They have no idea that there's any chance for somebody to be there. And it's just as that smoke fades. So, you know, he's just the surprise factor. You could see the way that Mason was trying to approach that fight. You know, he's looking for the half wall. And can I just say, stunning shot. He hits onto the jumping player at half wall. It's the headshot, knocks them down as they're on the top of their jump. But, yeah, just that surprise, too much. Even though Lag had all the bodies that they should have required there.
This is a Force Buy from Life's a Game. I guess you're on a double eco anyway. So we'll see how this pans out. A couple of MP9s, 257s in the A1S in Wolf's hands, saved from that previous round. I guess that could justify the Force Buy. That nade hits nothing. Thrown by Austin. And the Party Astronauts are being given the space towards Banana because Life's a Game can't afford to fight for it. They don't have the util. They need to save that for a post-plant situation or when the execute's actually coming through.
Save it, they will. At least try to. PA. Slow and steady their approach right now. No reason to necessarily like force their way into anything preemptively. Get Bracket, they get Banana, and now they look to press the issue onto B. This is the stack though.
Oh my god. Mason and Andrew get a couple immediately, and they do indeed walk into the heavily stacked site. Realizing that, they're doubling back. 34 seconds left, but they don't have much time to gain this space, nor the util. This is going to be really difficult for PA. They got one smoke thrown for Moto, but outside of that, there's full visibility in towards lane, and Wolf capitalized on that by getting the first. He's got Brett supporting him. The round is done. Lag outplaying PA in this round and getting right back to their winning ways.
Yeah, I mean, Party Astronauts, they didn't have utility for like a second phase to that hit. They really didn't have the ability to just like wait it out a little bit and then re-hit B, so they sprint back the other direction. The problem is that Lag never left A. They had no reason to.
Yeah.
You know, B was already stacked. They were in a very good position, and you know, the one rifle that was saved, that's a Wolf. He was still chilling in pit, had Brett to play off of. Yeah, it's a dream scenario there for LAG.
Could be a dream scenario for Party Astronauts if they can fend off this push. But they don't. Bentley only gets one. Now they continue fighting forward. Life's a Game, and the frags pile up in their favor. Only sacrifice left, and he is flushed out by the Sandman, as Lag will immediately get a follow-up round victory. They're into double digits.
This is part of the reason that I really enjoy Brett's calling, like in general. I don't, you know, I'm crediting it to him. It could have been anyone's idea, but man, like what a ballsy maneuver. Like you just win the Force Buy, and you know that's after you win the pistol and everything. You should be expecting, and they were expecting another buy. It's just in your face. It's momentum calling. It's something that you don't necessarily talk about a lot on the CT side, but you know, damn, I just love to see a confident call like that.
He's going again. He's running it back again. Brett going to farm away, and then the pull-out with the nade. Sandman gets 2 for 1. OG Wizard will fall as well. They do the exact same strat, and no differences at all.
Well, a little double Colby in the mix. I love to see that. Regardless, that one was the eco. That one was the round you could afford to play disrespectful, but man, what does that set? What tone does that tell you?
Right.
That Lag are at. I said I was a little bit worried about them. Well, you know, That seems like I probably shouldn't have been.
No. At least not on this map. That's for sure. Here come the guns again. This time you'd imagine they're going to put a stop to those pushes, but the nades don't stop. They sail forward. Damage won't be as extreme this time. OG Wizard takes the worst of it.
That's just such a lovely, like, multiple round situation that they've just set up. They've played the last 2 rounds playing so aggressive, and now when they throw the bottom mid smoke, you know, the expectation is for PA to kind of like wait behind it and look behind it, and so they set up a bunch of utility in order to try and flush that out. It doesn't net them a kill, but it very well could have.
PA don't like what they're seeing towards Banana, so they will deviate for now back into mid. There's a smoke for apartments. There's only one player there, that's Cameron, so he'll probably just join up with the push towards bracket. That's exactly what happens here. Ben Lee, Molotov right at his feet. Wolf ahead of the smoke in Arch, throws the flashbang, pops around the corner. A great self-flash, but he can't get the frag off it, and the nade is too shallow to finish off Ben Lee. Guns picked up, and spams, it gets 2! Oh, goodness me, a 4v3 garnered off of that, although space is gained towards the A site by the party astronauts. Oh, Brett. Brett could be overlooked completely.
I mean, could be. Probably will be. In fact, he's just going to sit and wait. Maintain his positioning, you know, information and all that. Along with it, Molotov from Sandman to start to clear out the pit. At the moment, though, Brett doesn't take the first contact off the back of that. Ooh, that's a pretty nasty smoke. Might make life a little bit more difficult, but Lag continue to press forward. Sandman with a big frag. It's big from Brett to continue in. OG Wizard's got to do it alone, and his AK just cannot continue to push in. PA fall apart as Brett stays alive for so very long. Andrew with 3.
That is just positioning that's too strong for Life's a Game, despite the fact that the party astronauts get that. And of course, we can't forget that 2K spray down, as you aptly mentioned previously. Oh my goodness. Life is indeed a game. And Lag are enjoying it very much here on this map. 12-6. 6 opportunities to close this out. Party astronauts, well, they look good on CT side. I would argue that Life's a Game have been by far the better team in this second half on their CT side. Spam through the smoke, on to Ben.
100%. You know, I was pretty critical, I feel like, of how Lag approached their T side. I think they got away with a lot. It's not at all that. You know, brilliant calling. I think they've been great, and they continue to be. Wolf has picked up 2 from bedroom.
Look, this Lag roster is no joke, and I think we're seeing that right now. Very aggressive, dynamic play calling, exciting Counter-Strike being played by them. Ben, what's he looking at?
Probably his mini-map, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
But also, I mean, I would never be expecting that reaggression. Not in a... I mean, they had a 5-on-3, like...
You're not wrong, but I mean, look. This is how it's been for Life's a Game. Not giving them any space to breathe. And OG Wizard on his own spotted out and finished off. What a dominant second half of play from Lag. 13-7, 13-6, excuse me, the final scoreline in their favor.
Yeah, and listen, this was Lag's map pick. They showed exactly why that is the case. Their CT side looked indomitable. They looked unstoppable. And I was talking about like this T side and how I feel like they were bailed out a lot. Well, nothing of the sort with regard to the CT side. They look good start to finish on that one, bookending what is a on paper and in reality dominant 13-6.
Yeah, no question. That was fantastic from them. Now we go on to the next map of Nuke, and this is where we already highlighted before. This is where the question marks will come into play here for Lag not having their main operative Consti, who is very important on maps like Nuke, and of course will be important once they start playing Overpass if they get to map number 3. I'm sure we're going to see a lot of Overpass come through in the coming months, but right now teams are still working into their map pool. That being said, look, I want to focus on the initial point. Op missing might be a problem, Andrew didn't necessarily have his chance to shine here on the map, but they didn't need the op, right? We already talked about that. The rifles, especially with their style of play there, the aggression they were putting forward on both sides of the map, didn't matter if you had the sniper rifle.
Yeah, but as you're kind of highlighting, definitely gonna matter when you're talking
Yes.
about Nuke. And that's, maybe a bit of a surprise, but that's exactly what Party Astronauts brought us. This is a map that in the past, like, Lag has been good on, but Party Astronauts picking into it, that smacks of confidence. We're gonna see what that looks like. It's Nuke. It's map 2 coming up after the break.
He's going to force the kill in the last second. Oh, right to the smoke. Look at him go.
Well, despite some concerns that I was having after the first half of map number 1, Lag put that one to bed, and they do it very easily. Jared team, the question I have for you coming into the second map is this the beginning of a quick 2-0 for Lag?
Possibly. Look, I mean, look, the last 2 times they've played here on Uke, they've done it without Consti having a pop-off performance. You know, Consti against Blue Jays had only a 0.82 rating. Then that one ended up being a loss, if I'm not mistaken. Let me double check that. Yes, it was in overtime. And then in the next one, it was a 13-10 win against the Derpy Diamond Dudes. And again, you know, not the greatest of performances coming through from Consti. 0.87 rating with only 11 frags. It's actually been Mason who's been one of the top rated players, 1.07 rating on Nuke over the last 3-4 times playing it. The last 6 times playing it. And then Brett as well, 1.47 impact for Brett in this map with a 1.15 rating. So those are your 2 guys to watch. And if Andrew can contribute with the AWP, that would be gravy.
Mason about to be the first up. A little bit of a surprise factor. Sacrifice not looking in the right direction. Andrew's pair of dualies is going to drop down the vent, though it's removed instantly by Cameron. Brett's here, though. They're going right to him, but they don't actually check. They don't actually look. Oh, that's devastating. Sandman activates, and OG Wizard falls. Lag is up to the task on the pistol.
Yeah, and again, we don't really know what the Party Astronauts are going to bring to the table here because we have nothing on this squad on Uke. They haven't played it for quite some time. The only reason I think they're playing it right now is maybe because Overpass is in and they want Overpass to be in the pool and they're bringing Uke in as well. I don't know. Maybe they want to have every single map in their pool. Who knows? One of them has to be on the way out. We'll see which one that ends up being. Either way, Party Astronauts, not much in the playbook here that we're aware of, at least not with this current iteration. We know Ben Leeds played it in the past, and we'll see what happens here, though. Mason, that's a little too easy. He's going to get the 3K, and Brett chimes in for the last. And the 2 guys we highlighted coming into this one are already with 7 frags combined.
Yeah, I mean, even in previous iterations of PA, like recent iterations, that is, like, this has not been a map they tend to go to. They've played it 5 times in the last 12 months, so it's definitely a new thing. And yeah, previous Elite teams, like prior to this,
a long time ago.
Yeah, like you know, they definitely played, but I would say this is certainly a new look. I mean, but when you have OG Wizard on the team, like, I mean, get a good op map. Period. Like, I don't think there's a lot of complication to that.
That's a really good deep flash for Andrew here. He's pushed out all the way towards top of outside, but decides to fall back here. Okay. That was really good space to have with the MP9, to be quite honest, and the smokes would have guised off his position. But decide to fall off and allow Party Astronauts to move on through. Is there another nade available here? There isn't, so now they're going to have to just rely on the audio cues, and there's one given to them, and it results in the death of OG Wizard. He dies in the tail end of that Molotov. Oh, goodness.
And it gives early warning signs, so now LAG can get themselves down onto B. Brett's here. He's got backup as well in the form of Mason. A little bit committed, a little bit scary, but you know what? This is going to be a surprise. Brett gets his, and oh no! How has that happened? They somewhat lined up, it seems, for Sacrifice. Now Andrew arrives, but he's got the MP9. He's going to drop. Oh, he can play denial. He can get rid of the bomb plant, and he does. With Ben Lee down, now Sacrifice drops, but he is unfortunately traded positions with Andrew.
What is this round? Absolute chaos from start to finish as Andrew gets the 2K and the last frag to wrap things up. But that was absolute madness. Andrew, honestly, here's the bomb get planted in the smoke and just hits the perfect spot. Like, just spams right in the middle of it, and it's exactly where he needed to. Gets that frag immediately. And once they get that denial, even though PA is going back and forth exchanging frags, eventually they run out of bodies. And Life's a game, get that third on the board, and they push the Party Astronauts back down to pistols only. 3 Tech 9s, 2 Deagles. Looks like they want to go fast. Cameron's already postured right towards Hut, and they got 4 players in outside yard. Austin's already down into secret. Andrew gets the opener onto OG Wizard. Nice shot from Sacrifice. That's wicked as the smoke gets broken away. But Andrew connects on another one. Again, you know, that smoke continued to be naded out of existence.
Yeah, and listen, I was a little bit concerned if they had scaled down, be a little bit faster. Sacrifice. How about another one? Missed shot from Andrew. Oh my goodness, it's gonna net a bomb plant at the minimum. Sandman trying to bait out the shots, and oh my gosh! Doesn't get baited. Austin can put the finishing touches on this as Mason tries to run away, but he just sprints back at him. This is the right move. Holy Lord, sacrifices. Eagle is unstoppable. Unfortunately, Austin can't save the day, but sacrifice with a Deagle round to remember. But it's not one that will be remembered as a victory.
I thought the previous round was crazy. This one's even crazier. Unbelievable shots from Sacrifice. I cannot honestly understand how he gets that third. And it was a ripper from ramp all the way to silo on the bomb site. Makes it a 1v1 in the end as he gets traded out. But still, I thought they had the round. I thought PA would get that. They did not. They make it super expensive for lag at the very least. But I think they were hoping to connect for a round victory off of what was just an eco.
Straight up fast upper hit. That's what's prepped right now. Don't know that they're going to pull the trigger on this or if they're going to go off the back of that, but that's where everybody's located. It's very much one-dimensional, but test the waters. See how things go. Sandman lines him up. Sandman for 3! He's actually only got 2 with 1 stolen away by a TK, but Ben left wondering how it's gone so wrong. A 1v5 as they continue facing him. But surely going to be the end of the road there. They do a lot more damage. That goes from worst case scenario, everybody surviving, to at least they continue to make the economy hurt. But man, lag. They do everything right.
That is just, yeah, it's catastrophic for the party astronauts, and they're going to force up again because they feel like things might slip away from them very quickly. And of course, the loss bonus is helping them do this. But, you know, it's honestly not that bad of a buy-up. 2 AKs, 3 Galils coming through. Life's a game. Did lose a lot of bodies, so I guess that's why they want to go for this one. And the pace is just absolutely torrid right now. Like, no one's taking a pause for a breather. Just continue trying to fight very early on in the rounds. As I say that, they have taken a different pace, but nope, there they go, out again.
This time they get the opener straight up onto the A site. Nobody able to be here. Mason actually forces his way through the smoke in mini and into the door. Gonna go on this one. Great layering of flashes actually to get Wolf involved. And another team talking about low HP. Everybody getting tagged. No one is all too healthy. Cameron, the final remaining healthy member, but Brett is now in a 1v3.
Oh, does he know how low these guys are? I don't think so. Maybe it's confirmed, but as that being said, the positioning is a little more difficult, and we'll get one. Time's up. He is dropped. Sacrifice trades him out immediately. That is an absolutely wild round again. We're getting very fast, crazy rounds from both sides of the server here. But the party astronauts finally cracked through for one. Even though it felt like that round was on a knife's edge for the entirety of it.
I mean, that triple kill from Sacrifice on the Deagle. You add the 3 exit kills that Bentley gets on the next round. Look at what it's done. Wolf and Mason, they both got to go for the MP9. Already made their way across into yard. Basically ran back the exact same T round twice in a row. 2 very different results.
They come towards ramp. Andrew connects on that shot towards Ben. He's looked very comfortable here on Nuke. Brett finds the follow-up, and now they know that they're in towards the ramp, you'd imagine, as they hear all these footsteps coming through. Andrew falls back. And they're going to try and get to that B site before party astronauts get a foothold. That being said, it may be better just to go for the retake.
Yeah, Mason thought he could beat the utility, not the case. Ooh, that's a nasty smoke that's just been placed by the T's. 5v3 though. Massive advantage. It's all about patience. They just need to wait out a little bit more of this utility and then go in together, flood the site. As a 5-man army. That's certainly going to be the goal. There's a single kit. It's on Andrew.
Oh, nice trade from Brett. They got to go fast, though, and I don't know if they'll be able to get there in time. Sacrifice continues to do work. Stabbing away, eventually dies. OG Wizard just needs a little bit more here, and I think he's got it. Maybe.
The kit's all the way in vent.
No kit. It's in vent. You're correct. And the round is over. Party Astronauts will win it. Did they take out a couple more members? No. Wolf and Sandman do indeed survive that blast. And we'll save up the AK and the op into this round, but money has run dry outside of that for Lag.
Yeah, I mean, that's actually really sad because Lag do so many correct things in that round. And they get all the kills too. It's just the fact that Andrew's got the only kit and he dies at vent. He's traded actually. And everyone else is flooding back through the single door instead of double. So it ends up with a round loss. They half buy into this and oh my gosh.
They're going out.
This doesn't even feel like a bin lead call that I know. They're so fast, so consistently. And it is a surprise that is going to be netting them around victory almost certainly.
No, you're not wrong. This is an unusually fast pace for a Ben Leet squad. And maybe that's what he wanted to introduce here on Nuke. Just wanted to keep the CTs guessing every single round, or at least on their toes, with the amount of aggression that's coming through. Ay. And I mean, just with that one frag, it's enough to push back Life's a Game. Wolf and Andrew have the two big pieces, and they want to bring those forward to the next round. They'll be...
Okay. I was going to say, Wolf had a kit, actually, and there was enough time if he had just gotten out and onto the bomb for free. Two will lose their life to the bomb. In addition there at the very end. But that was their eco, right? Here's the gun round. I can agree with you. You mentioned that Andrews looked very comfy. You know, absolutely the case. You know, like I said, he's a very experienced individual. We've talked about him in the pre-show, even though it's a surprise to see him in the server.
Look, he hasn't been a weak point, right? And that's the key. And he's going aggressive. Oh, goodness me, with the AWP towards red box here in yard. It's not a bad spot. You can catch one off guard, but if you have a couple of T's coming in your direction, you're probably traded, and they're watching for it. Andrew's done. Op is out of play. And a 5v4 in favor of the Party Astronauts in the first 25 seconds of the round.
Yeah, it's a disgusting angle that Austin's holding there.
Yeah, like, what can you do?
Yeah, I mean, that's a tough angle to play against, but also, you know, one where you should maybe be anticipating a little bit. Especially when there's no utility, no fight there in yard. Again, really quick regroup, really quick decision making right now for PA. Deciding to go towards A. There's one man in Raptors, and that's going to be Sandman. He's got a double again. He might even get a reload off. He's now has some support in the form of Mason and in the form of Brett, who's up in the Raptors. Oh, it's so very close. OG and Ben Lee trying to bring this back, but this one's done and dusted.
I appreciate the conviction from the Party Astronauts not to abandon their initial effort, and they continue to move forward with zero hesitation. And the problem is they just lost the gunfights straight up. And Ben Lee is the last one standing. 20 HP and 20 seconds remaining on the clock.
I mean, it's just another
Yeah.
Incredible hold from Sandman.
Whew. Yeah, and Brett almost gets that, but I agree with you. Yeah, Sandman's been phenomenal. Mason as well in the early parts of this nuke. And, I mean, it was the same story in Inferno. These are the two guys that have, you know, impressed us the most. I want to say they're younger players, and they are compared to the rest of the squad, but they are in their early 20s. And
yeah, I mean, first sort of possibilities for Mason at this level is like with this core. So, you know, I definitely say that applies to him. You know, he's been kicking it around. Like I said, I've seen a lot of him prior in advanced. But yeah, the other reason why, and you highlighted it before, how Brett's actually a really strong individual piece in the rifling department on this map. The reason for that is how active he is. He's incredibly active in looking for information and like constantly re-clearing on the CT side, and it's really oppressive. And that's what Lag have been doing in this one. It's a constant for Brett-led teams. It's just something he does really effectively on Nuke and on the CT side.
Yeah. I mean, you look at his opening rating on Nuke, 87. That's fantastic. This is what he does, on the map. It's exactly what you described. And it shows in the stats. Anyway, here we go again. Party Astronauts forcing up. They have not taken their foot off the gas pedal for the entirety of this first half, and they're hoping it'll pay off with another round victory. No one really towards outside for now here for the Party Astronauts. So, for Life's a Game. So they can move pretty freely outside of that deep positioning in Garage. And as I say that, a frag goes through from Wolf, but that is not the Garage player. Brett is that player, and he will take care of Ben Leet as he comes around that corner.
Yeah, things have sort of gone from bad to worse here on this 4-spy for PA. Cameron might be down B, but how to do anything with that with the bomb is not within. Oh my lord. Nice shots from OG Wizard. He'll get another tag.
Oh.
Finally put to bed, but geez. Yeah. I mean, I know OG Wizard's 3-9 right now, but you just wait till he gets on the CT side.
I think he's hoping they get onto the CT side without being down 9-3, though. That's the concern, I would say.
That is certainly a valid concern.
Because if it's that dominant and then lag win the pistol round, you might not see the op at all. Cameron, what can you do, sir? Nothing. Wolf takes his head clean off. And that will be Lag winning the round 7-3 in their favor. It has been a fairly excellent CT side from them. Party Astronauts had a burst there in the middle, but Lag have settled it down, and now they will be facing off against Pistols once more.
I can't say I paid that close attention to what the money looked like at the beginning of last round, but I feel like it was a little interesting or weird that PA actually force-spawned into that.
Yeah, I mean, look, they decided to go for the force and be aggressive because it was successful previously, and they were hoping to find that again, but it just didn't work out. I think it was just a gamble, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, fair enough. You win some, you lose some. Wolf on the other side of this. Oh, it could be big. Wolf grabbing his 2, picks up the USB.
Hey!
It's an ace on the anti-eco for Wolf.
There you go, Wolf. Give yourself a pat on the back. 10-5 now. Jump into second place in the squad. Hey, it's an anti-eco ace, but a frag's a frag, and Wolf will be happy with that.
We'll still celebrate it.
Of course. 8-3 for Lag. I honestly was...
Out.
Yeah. Tech timeout called. I'm just going to say, I honestly, again, that whole Blue Jay situation for Wolf was super unfortunate for him, and I'm happy he's found a spot here on Lag because he is such a good player, and I think he's only a benefit to this squad.
Yeah, I mean, there's zero doubt, and I think that you're not alone. I'm in the same boat with regard to that situation. Left me with a really pretty nasty taste in my mouth. Mm-hmm. I think what's what's cool is that he comes back to play with what actually was this core. It was a very different look to this core when they were under the Limitless banner. But
true, yes.
that was. I think that's sort of funny and fitting. Even though, like I said, I think there's literally one player that's the same, Sandman. But
still,
yeah. I mean, Mason joined that core, and when they were under the Vagrants, that was with Seb and
Oh, I love this call. I love this lobby crunch call. Honestly, Vincent, what a shot from Wolf. They clear all the space. They do get traded by Ben, but so much information now.
Yeah, and Brett's actually in a great position. Normally, you would have this man in there when that lobby crunch happens. Andrew has arrived, misses the shot. Now he's under pressure. Can't drop the bomb. Okay, great trade for OG Wizard, and guess what? Now he has the big green. Ben Leet catches Sandman, and that's up on the upper bomb site. Wolf is going to have to take down Ben Leet and win the round in a 1v3.
I still like the lobby crunch call, even though it doesn't work out. Just Lag are always keeping the Party Astronauts on their toes in a round where they've got the guns against a buy-up here for the Party Astronauts as Ben Leet gets the last and they win it. It's the last thing you would kind of expect to be called. Usually that's something more of a desperation play on a 4-spy or an eco. but Lag bring it through on the full buy, and well, doesn't work out again. But I still appreciate the dynamism they displayed here as they take an 8-4 lead into the second half.
I mean, it's not the call isn't the reason that round goes wrong. It's
Right,
a missed
right.
opportunity from Brett, to be entirely honest.
Yes.
I feel like Andrew, that's a hard shot that he missed, and he does end up going 1 for 1. But Bentley lurking in the lobby actually really is a fantastic boon. It shuts down that lobby crunch initially, and he stays alive to then catch Sandman in the back end of the back half of the round. Excuse me. It does pull them back from the brink. 4 rounds instead of those 3. It is still 8 though for the LAG squad. CT side though, I think you can pretty much be happy on both sides of the equation here.
Yeah. I would say it's closer to a weaker T side though for the Party Astronauts. Only 4 rounds, but still serviceable as they switch over to CT side. But I don't want to say they need the pistol, because they don't. They can still win this half even without getting the pistol round, but it would certainly help their chances. And, then you're looking at maybe a potentially 8-7 scoreline versus, losing a couple in a row or even 3 in a row, and it's 11-4 before you know it.
It's crazy. Crazy that you send the sub out, the P250 search yard, but fair enough. Put the trust up and into Andrew. Unfortunately, he's only got one more teammate. That's Wolf. Both playing a waiting game inside of that smoke for Mini. Still winnable. Still viable. Wolf's got a USP. At these ranges, that's certainly going to be a plus.
Yeah, that Cameron flank is the big difference maker there, because now they have to worry about all 3 angles. And, I mean, what do? They're trapped, yeah. Sacrifice can take care of Wolf, and there goes Andrew as well. Good job by Party Astronauts. They take the pistol. That's exactly what they needed to get that 5th on the board.
Yeah, it's really easy to overswing in situations like that, but PA are very careful not to do so. They make sure that they're both swinging together when needed, and also they have the contain, so there's no need to fight unnecessarily. Lag, despite not getting all that many kills themselves, nor a bomb plant, they still go pistol armor. Tech 9s for everyone.
So Tech 9 Jamboree right now here on Life's a Game. Taking that space towards outside. There's the wall of smokes as well. Should be good. Only 1 nade on the other side, and I don't think Bentley's in a position to blow that smoke. He isn't. Austin will get only 1. Brett trades him out. There's a FAMAS picked up. They might execute off that towards A. They do! Oh, but they're losing bodies. That said, it's going back and forth here. Another upgrade available for Andrew. It's an auto shotty, so he can do some damage up close, maybe in hut. Bomb should get planted shortly here, but Cameron's worked his way out of the vent to get 2. They can't get the bomb down, and Sandman is the last one standing here in a 1v2 clutch attempt and won't get past OG Wizard.
Yeah, I mean, if Cameron doesn't come up bent and everything is basically in question from the beginning to the end, and now when Austin only gets 1 in main, he's got to probably do a little bit more than that. Fantastic timing to get out hut onto the rafters. Cameron saves the day. And once he finds both of those, Sandman, his position becomes pretty obvious pretty fast. And that's no bomb plant to continue to facilitate further force buys. Looking at an eco.
Well, the Eco still's got teeth here. Wolf gets the first, traded out immediately. But if Lycan can do damage to the economy, that would be ideal for them. Winning the round would be something else. Sandman slipped in towards Mini. Oh, Andrew wants to connect on that deagle shot, but there goes Brett falling. Sandman does get the trade, but it's been back and forth to the benefit of the Party Astronauts, despite Mason getting that frag.
The bomb plant's massive.
That is massive.
Ooh, I saw the vision for a moment. He turned around, he was right on the head of Austin, but can't pull the trigger fast enough. Will mean that they do still big damage. 3 kills, bomb plant. I'm calling that a win on paper here for LAG. Still, PA have closed the distance significantly. But yeah, look at their money. I mean, they basically buy down to 0 in this round in order to get all the bells and whistles out.
That extra 250 on round victories for CT side really does make a difference, though, right? Their money's much more comfortable. And I mean for the frags, of course.
Yep.
So, yeah. I'm loving what I'm seeing economy-wise, because it's no longer, you know, even if you lose some bodies, you still got the money, right? Anyway, Mason's going to ensure that Austin has no life left in his body with that headshot found. 5v4 immediately for Life's a Game.
Austin having a pretty tough one on Nuke, in all honesty. Just another one where Mason rips his head off and makes life miserable. Looking like it was going to be more of a rotation down towards the B-bomb site, but they fall back slightly off of ramp. What is Andrew throwing? Smoke for main? Yeah, waterfall smoke for main. Going to create some illusions once again. This is going back towards A.
This is a much slower pace to the T side from Life's Game than Party Astronauts brought forward previously. And they're still clearing out. There we go. Finally funneling in towards this A site. Sacrifice gone. So is Austin. Means that this is likely a save already for PA.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is when they lost Austin Yard, it was just so very difficult for them to get back in. They had to respect the fact that they had gotten the cross down to the B bomb site, and so 2 players sent there for Party Astronauts in order to explore and, you know, find out what's going on. Good call from Brett. Had him wrapped around his fingers the whole time.
So far, this half playing out as you would expect, with the Party Astronauts converting a couple of rounds off their pistol victory, and then Life's a Game in their first gun round, taking care of business fairly decisively with a 9th round. Now, will they hunt down? No, I don't think they'll get to anyone in time. No, it's Party Astronauts with those 3 saved guns going through, meaning that there will be a buy-up here. Cameron and OG Wizard can drop for Austin and Sacrifice. The util can be purchased up, and it's pretty much a full buy again.
Yeah, I mean, just enough money, man. It couldn't have worked out better. Here's where Brett could do something funny. Some sort of fast A-pop would be quite the funny situation, considering what PA were doing.
Feels like they want to. Throwing a lot of util for Yard. There's the wall of smokes, but it's deceptive. It's the deep wall of smokes. They're not in the vicinity, but I think that'll be known because Austin is playing in towards Secret.
Yeah, he's up ahead of both of those.
Yeah.
Here it is. Not quite the speed we had seen previously, but it is the top pop. Good utility. Wolf and Brett both tagged low, but both survived, crucially. Not that crazy speed. Mason, there's that activation. He was the late lurk Yard. Now OG has to split his attention 2 different directions. Position given away. The fact that Finley's still here might be a surprise. Well, surprise is over. Cameron trades. And though the op goes down, Ben Leet's now the last survivor of this devastating round.
Yeah, and they can just go B. They know he's towards the A site. They're running into B. Oh, the plant's not down yet. Bentley could deny this. It's being watched. Mason dropped here, and Ben down to 2 HP. It's just not enough. Brett pre-firing that around the corner, and he will get the 3 kill on the round. Appreciate the effort from Ben, but it falls short, and now their money is in a tough spot. 7 rounds on the board for them, 10 on the other side, and you're sitting in a situation where you have to eco.
I'd say in general, Ben's having a fantastic series, man.
Yeah, definitely.
I feel like his impact has been, if I was to put a number on it, call it a like 1.15.
I think that's accurate. Yeah. You're looking. It sounds good.
It definitely isn't because they lost, but like, you know,
I think it.
I give him 1.15
though,
HLTV and RWS score.
There you go. There you go.
I don't even know if that makes sense.
It makes sense to me. Don't worry about it, Vincent. I'm gonna give you it.
Thank you. Your support means the world.
And well, Lag is gonna support their entire squad with another round victory there, 11-7 in their favor. 2 more rounds, and this series is theirs. Tactical pause being called by PA. Only 1 left after this. I mean, it's a good time. This is when it's make it or break it. You got the buy-up coming through. It's going to be a little hamstrung in terms of util and firepower with Ben Lead having to settle for the FAMAS, but everyone else should have the M4 in their hands. Just like I said before, the op, right? We wanted to see it more from OG Wizard, but the money situation hasn't been that good for Party Astronauts at the beginning of this half.
No, I mean it's never been really great.
No.
He had 1 op, and that was in the round where it was just like a slow close from a 5v3 advantage on the beginning of it. Lag played it really smart and slowly made it difficult for OG to even if OG was making the perfect decisions, like
yeah,
hard to find a way back in here. Speaking of ops, or maybe the lack thereof, Lag happy to go 5 AKs right now. Oh, and Sandman's down vent. I guess on the upside they do know about it, but on fort.
Yeah, that's not the Molotov they wanted to throw there.
It actually really stalls them out. Like the pace of this play is now gone. There is OG knows what's up.
OG Wizard, you can't whip on that. Oh, it takes too long. It takes too long. He does get 1, but Mason finds the immediate trade, and they just can't regain that space. Cameron's waiting towards the B side, hoping they'll overlook him at the box here. At backside, they do. They do. Well, he gets 1. Can he get a second? No. So trades are good again, and HP is to the advantage of Life's a Game, but only slightly.
Well, good news is they're already through ramp, so this retake's already taken the first couple of steps. The bad news is all 3 Party Astronauts are heading ramp side, which is pretty bad news for them. I mean, the amount of post-plant positions that Lag could be in is almost infinite, it feels.
Yeah, and Sandman has the Molotov as well, which he's saving for the bomb almost certainly. They're going to hope to win it off the bullets. Wolf gets 1. Austin trades it out. 2v2, but time's running out. There's that Molotov where it's going to become key right now. Sandman's not going to throw it. He goes for the frag instead. Sacrifice tapping the bomb. Mason, are you going to peek it? He does, and there you go. It will be Lag winning despite the Molotov not coming into play. They win it with the bullets, and everyone dies in the round, but Lag doesn't care. They've got cash for days. 12-7 in their favor. A team that doesn't have cash for days, the Party Astronauts.
Yeah, they have like almost no cash. They're nearly flat broke, really, even with the loss bonus. They accrued this a 3-round loss bonus that they got this round. Yeah, barely any utility as well. It's the beginning of the end for Party Astronauts. Cameron's been spotted. Still has an auto shot. He actually.
Not bad. Yeah, it works.
I don't know if it should have worked, but it does work. I was going to say it's perfect, and then he swung with it, which I feel was not advised, but hey, you'll take it. 2-on-4 is the attempt that's about to be made by Wolf and Andrew.
I think with the support swing with it isn't that bad, and it works out for them. OG Wizard and Cameron. They both take damage in the engagements, but each walk away with a frag. Wolf and Andrew still a chance here. Lots of time left on the clock, and they've got bomb control, but they have to be careful in their approach here towards the A site. Ben's waiting. So is Cameron, but Cameron falls off this island. I'm not sure if that's intended, but it doesn't matter anyway, because Ben Lee will seal the deal. 17 frags on the board for the IGL. He continues to be very good in this series, but as was the case over on Inferno, Party Astronauts needs to run a lot of rounds in a row just to push overtime.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta call it a valiant start, and I'm not willing to put it out of the realm of reason or possibility right now. I will say I'm quite impressed with how Lag is playing. You know, for this not being their map pick, even though I know they're good here, it's pretty impressive. They're picking up the pace so fast towards yard. It's not just that. Like to, you know, maybe put a target on Austin's shoulders, but he's actually not the first man to make contact. It's been Leak who's in main. Oh, and what? Austin gets there in time.
Austin just saved Ben's life, hands down. That said, Lag gains a ton of space in a secret, and no one is at B for the party astronauts. This is a free bomb site for them to take, not to mention Wolf is just lurking here in yard behind the red box, so he could catch rotations, assuming he holds his nerve and doesn't go for a peek here.
Yeah, I think Wolf is actually the linchpin to this. If Wolf gets anything done here on this lurk, this is a round probably won by Lag. If not, I think PA very likely to win it. And there it is. There's that frag, and now you got to be careful if you're Benley. Hammer, in the meantime, is actually taking a successful kill down here on the B site proper. He's delayed the bomb for the moment. And there's a man in single door. Wait a second, this is terrifying. I'm not quite sure how it is that Sandman has not got it, or Andrew's not got his gun out, but now Wolf's the one to clutch. He's got to ace this, and he won't even get started.
What happened there? It just felt like...
How
yeah,
did
go
Greg
ahead.
die on B?
We didn't see it, right? But
yeah, it was Cameron from ramp, but I don't know how it happened.
It was a difference maker, that's for sure. And now the money is becoming maybe a bit of a concern for Life's a Game. You do have Sandman and Mason getting towards those AKs, but I have a feeling those are just the two AKs and everyone else going to save. Yeah. So, interesting buy-up, certainly serviceable, but the party astronauts are starting to absolutely make this a possibility of a comeback into overtime.
They're getting 1,400 next round, or 1,900 next round, excuse me.
Yeah, it's not great.
Feels like this is like a setup for a double eco, really. Yeah. Anyway, giving themselves a chance to win. Nice, fine, OG Wizard. Not one of the AKs, though.
I think he... How did Mason go down to 15?
Nade.
Okay.
Caught it.
Well, that's unfortunate. Maybe a couple of nades. Anyway, they get the bomb planted, and Mason finds the frag on the OG Wizard. Andrew gets Cameron. Hold the phone. 3v3. Bentley and Austin are trying to charge back into this bomb site. There's the op, and Mason connects. Does get traded immediately. 2v2. Lag. Trying to hold him off, but Sacrifice takes care of Sandman coming in on a flank, and it's all up to Andrew. They know where he is. They're going to smoke the bomb and try to win it off of that, and they absolutely do. Very exciting for Life's a Game, but they don't get the round. The bomb plant, though, will bolster their economy enough to justify that buy-up.
Yeah, that's the thing. They've just, I mean, basically that bomb plant gives them another free buy round. You know, it's not going to be like the best buy round, but it'll be a good one. 2 more chances. It's Lag who reach into their tactical timeouts and grab another one. Yeah, I don't know who is their current coach.
For Lag?
I do. We talked about it earlier.
Oreo. Yeah.
Yeah. Not only that, saw him at Frag. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know what I'm talking about.
It's okay, Vincent. It's getting late into the night.
Yeah, thank you for giving me the excuse.
There you go. No problem.
We get a conversation started there about the question of just how to close. I mean, here's the thing, right? At this point in the game, you just need to find a strat that'll work one time.
Yeah.
And this is where you reach in and you look to, like, what little gimmick do I have?
Deep wall of smoke set up there between Mini and Garage. Life's a Game haven't really gone off this wall of smokes towards yard previously. Usually it was just a fake. But this time it looks like they want to. They've got that lurk into trophy. Curious to see what they're going to do off of the spacing that they've gained here.
I mean, they're basically all here.
Yeah. Yeah.
This to me just smacks of, hey, we want like a real post plant. Respect being shown this time. Remember previously, we really didn't see anyone get down onto the B site proper. Cameron now playing in response to the yard smokes and the cross.
Cameron, waiting. Shoots a little early. Gives away his position, but he goes on top of Silo and gets one, not the second, but damage done. That said, it is going to be a bomb site taken and a plant almost certainly. Opshot missing, and OG Wizard has to run through the fire and the flames, and he walks right into Wolf's Crosshair. What a time for the lurk to activate. Gets rid of the Opper.
Oh, look at the setup. Sam and Mason, this is fantastic. Bentley and Ossard are in trouble. Sam's going to take first contact, and then Mason barely even required, but they take them both. Sacrifice with a 1v3, and this is what I mean. You know, getting a real execute towards B that has a post plant. Wolf on the lurk, and it's lurking good.
That's gonna do it. I don't know if you meant to say lurking good intentionally, but I loved it. I loved it. Good. 13-10 in favor of Lag. And that's going to do it for the series. They win it 2-0, and they go 1-0 in the groups. They push their opponent Party Astronauts to 0-1. Just a very nice performance from Lag overall. We expected it. We weren't sure, though, given Consti's absence, if they would get the same result, but they did. And I mean, Andrew looked very serviceable on Nuka. He didn't look out of place on both maps, in fact.
Yeah, I mean, he looked like he was playing well. He was comfortable, like you said, and on top of that, I mean, he had some big impact moments. It felt like he was, not even in regard to like utility or anything like that. It didn't even feel like they needed to force him to be part of the pack in a way that wasn't normal. It actually worked out pretty darn good, and it is a repeat of that 2-0 that we saw the last time that Lag met Party Astronauts as well. So I think expected outcome with regard to this best of 3. And listen, for Party Astronauts, I do think that some things are becoming a little bit more clear right now. I feel like they're lacking a little bit in firepower. I think that's super obvious. And I think you can have someone like that, but for me, I don't think Cameron should be like your biggest star, and that's kind of what he's being forced into right now, at least in the rifling roles. So for me, I think that's something that this Party Astronauts team has got to work on a little bit.
Yeah, I don't think they want to necessarily go and look for another piece at this point. I think it's working on it internally and finding someone else who can stand out and working on getting them up to speed to play in a more star role rather than having, 3 supporting riflers and only one player in Cameron who can really go out and stand on his own on this squad. But in terms of opping, we know they have that. We know they have OG Wizard. Like, there's that piece there. I think calling, you have it in Ben Lee, but I agree with you. They need one more piece or one more player to stand up to make a difference here.
Yeah, and I mean, listen, I think Ben Lee actually played really well individually tonight, to be honest with you, and called a good game. It's just not a victory at the end of the day. That is, though, going to put an end to our night here. The first night of Thunderpick North America, Series 2 at the very least. This is the start of a whole lot of Thunderpick North America that you, me, and our friend Mark are going to be working on. It's going to be a whole lot of fun. I know that I'm excited. I know that you guys are excited too. So make sure that you drop us a follow, stick around, and continue to peek into what we've got. We're basically going to be running the entirety of this 5:30 Eastern until whenever we're done evening for the next week or so. So make sure you're tuning in. It's been a pleasure, though. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you next time here at Thunderpick.
He's going to force the kill in the last second. Right through the